Well, I've been a computer has been a major part of my life for the last, I don't know, 35 years. And it's just, I'm totally integrated into technology. So I don't have a problem with the digital world. I do, however, still read actual books made of paper because I like to underline and make marginal notes, and Kindles don't do it for me. So, uh, but I'm okay with the digital material we get. Of course,
Before,
I'm sitting here with looking at you all on two screens. One screen I can use for documents, and the other screen can be your lovely faces. And so I've got got a very good setup here, so that I'm able to do multiple things at a time without losing anything. So
before we go public, would like to formally welcome Mr. McDonald to the chair. It's good to see you, and it'll be exciting to see you consistently and not on only an as needed basis, or it is a new as needed basis. It's every time now, Bob.
Yes, I recognize that, and I'm glad to be back. As a flip-flopper, I used to be a commissioner, and then I wasn't. Now I'm a commissioner again.
Yes, you are.
Kind of like
so,
jumping in stones in a river.
So welcome back. And then, without giving the new commissioner a real hard time, Mr. Wyrick, we welcome you, and we may question your reason for putting your application in because of what you're about to experience, but it's okay.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Happy to be here. Look forward to serving. Look forward to leaning on more experienced commissioners for their sage wisdom.
Well, all we know is that you've just lowered our average age on this commission, which we appreciate.
That was one of the selling points.
Perfect. 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 All right, we got a minute till we go. Wendy, are we close to getting everything online, or what's your thoughts?
We're ready to go. I just need a 5-second countdown from you.
I'm staring at my JBL speaker clock. It just ticked 6. So we'll go 5, 1. Good evening. Would like to welcome you to the May 13th Planning Commission hearing. We hope that you're able to join us via Zoom or by phone. And this is good. We'd like to go ahead and take roll call, please.
Thank you. I was just calling Christina. Could you send David Storer the link to the meeting? And the roll call, Commissioner,
Yes,
Vice Chair Barnett.
here.
Commissioner Bohar.
Here.
Commissioner Felder.
Here.
Commissioner O'Neill.
Here.
Commissioner McDonald.
Here.
And Commissioner Wyrick.
Here.
And Chair Wellender.
Here. I see I've gone out a little bit out of order, but I'll go back and repeat. For hopefully the public is aware of how they can participate this evening via Zoom, viewing our meetings online, or submitting emails. So for those beyond the commission, we say welcome. At this time, we'll go ahead and receive any comments from the public regarding items that are currently not on the agenda.
How about the pledge, Ron?
Oh, my stars. You know, it said right here, pledge, right after call to order. Thank you, Vice Chair, for keeping me on the straight and narrow. Let's go ahead and say Pledge of Allegiance. Together, I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible,
with
liberty and justice for all. Well, that was rough. Oh, well. So now I will try, and one more time. If there's anybody from the public that would like to speak to an item not appearing on the agenda, please make your presence known.
I'm not seeing anyone raise their hand, and I'm checking for written correspondence. Just one moment.
Okay, thank you.
No written comment.
Okay, very good. I'm going to take a little sidebar and just spin on something positive, and that is I hope everybody heard today that the CDC says if you're fully vaccinated, we do not need a mask in small gatherings. And to the best of my knowledge, most most planning commission hearings have been relatively small audiences. So I'm hoping that instead of looking at you on the screen, come June, we will be physically in a room where we can conduct it the old-fashioned way. So I'm optimistic but cautious. So I thought that was good news. Moving right along, would like to ask my fellow commissioners if they accept the agenda as it is written.
Fine.
Everything, no, okay. Then we'll direct my question to Wendy. Do we have any late correspondence?
Yes, we received late correspondence for items 9.1 and 9.2, and they were uploaded to the city's website under the document center.
Okay, very good. And it appears that we have a special presentation, and I do believe our planning director, Mr. Storer, was going to give us a little background on that. Is he with us?
Not quite yet.
Just give us a moment.
Okay, we can do that.
While we're waiting, is Nina Bellucci on the line as an attendee? If so, could you raise your hand?
Don't see her there.
Nope.
He'll be here in just a minute.
Very good.
So to get to the late correspondence, I've got to go to sonomacity.org, blah, 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 to get to the late correspondence file. I would really like us to explore a more efficient way of getting to the late correspondence. I'm not going to propose we discuss that tonight, but I'd like to see us do that.
I agree.
Hi, David. We're
Where do
on
we find
item,
the late correspondence? I want to make sure I've seen these last two things you mentioned.
David, we were just on item number 7, presentations, and we understood that you wanted to give an introduction to Nina Bellucci, but I don't see her on as an attendee, David.
Okay, I've just been texting her. Is there a way to send a link other than the one that I received? Another way for her to get into this?
There's the directions in the agenda.
Yeah, well, I'm not sure how to answer that, but it just seems that the link that I got sent was not something that she can know how to use.
The link that I have, you just click on it and put your email address in. Do you want me to send that one?
Yeah, I'm texting her right now. We'll see. Yeah, if you can send that, is that, here, let me get her email address. And you can send that directly to Sheila if you don't mind.
Okay.
Wendy, can you send me the link to the late correspondence
She
to my
says-
Larry at Epiphanet address?
Yeah.
David, I just emailed it directly to you.
Okay, all right.
See if that works.
Yeah, I can forward it to her. Okay. She says she's watching, so I don't know whether she's on YouTube or what.
Oh, if you go in through the city website, there's where you can click on and you can just see the video of it. And it gives you the false impression that you're actually on Zoom, but you can't do anything like be visible or raise your hand. So
Yeah.
that's probably what she did.
David, do you want to connect her with me?
Yeah, hang on a sec. Christine, let me give you a number.
Wendy, did you say you would send me that link to the correspondence? I can't hear you.
4481. You get that, Christina?
No, text it to me so we don't share her phone number over
That's
Zoom.
the best part.
Larry,
Yes?
I sent it to you.
To the Larry at Epiphanet website or the Planning Commission website? Oh, I got it. Thank you.
Wendy, could you help this Luddite too and just send it to ronwellander@gmail.com? I'm lost.
Yeah, when you send it to me too on my iPhone, please.
I sure hope we can get back together
in person.
Can't get into it.
I just texted Christina that you're calling her. Oh, there we go.
I am looking forward to our real June commission hearing.
Do we know that that's actually going to happen?
I'm going to squeal like a stuck pig for every day from here to the second Thursday in June
Try
to
June
try
the
to
10th.
encourage.
June the 10th.
Beautiful.
Let's get specific.
So while we're waiting, I just wanted to share regarding agenda item 9.2 this evening. It is a study session. So I believe within our packet were the suggested guidelines for commissioners on what we can and cannot do for a study session. So I just want to remind everybody of that.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, it looks like Nina might be getting on here pretty soon, but I'll go ahead and just do a quick introduction. Nina's with the Sonoma County Planning Department and is the project manager for the county rezone project, which is a project that is being funded by SB2 money and LEAP money, which are the monies that are given by HCD to help further the production of housing in the state. We ourselves have also received money, but not as much as the county because it's all based on population and the like. But anyway, it's for a worthy cause, and that is to study affordable housing and trying to meet the RHNA numbers. And the county has got a draft EIR out at the moment. And as I said, Nina is the program manager, and we're happy to have her with us to explain their project and to kind of focus in a little bit tonight on why we're interested, that being the 4 properties down on the south end of town. I will point out that those properties that have been identified in the draft EIR are owned by one individual, Rich Merlo. And you've seen those properties before in discussions that we've had within the last year or two when we've talked about the growth management ordinance and annexations and the like. And specifically, they are 4 1-acre parcels located on the west side of Broadway, south of the Broadway market. So with that brief introduction, I can talk. Nina and I have talked about a tag team approach when it comes to some specific pieces of geography and how it relates to the GMO. But for now, I'll turn the time over to Nina. And again, thank her for participation tonight.
Very good. Welcome, Nina.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Planning Commission and David. I apologize for the technical difficulties that seem so common these days. So I will share my screen. I have a short presentation here. Get that going.
There you go. We can see it, Nina. That's good.
Okay. So yes, thank you for having me here to present the Sonoma specific piece of this project. As David said, this is our, we're calling it our rezoning sites for housing program. It's to identify sites around the county that are appropriate for medium density by right housing. And it's a project, the project specifically could rezone up to 59 sites around the county. They are all in urban service areas, which are the areas of the county that are designated for urban development. They have public services and frequently are around surrounding cities, but also there are some unincorporated communities where there are public services like Guerneville, Forestville, and other places around the county. The idea is to identify sites that could facilitate by right housing development, but also to add sites to the county's housing element site inventory. And I'll talk a little bit about that, although I'm sure that the commission is well versed in housing element basics, so I don't want to go over that too much, but just so you get an idea of how this fits in with the county's housing planning. And just by way of background, this project started about 2 years ago when we asked the public to help us identify underutilized sites around the county. We got nearly 200 nominations. And from those nominations, we whittled it down to 59 that were eligible for further study. As David mentioned, we got an SB2 planning grant to study these sites for rezoning. And the project would require an EIR under CEQA, so we selected a consultant at the beginning of last year. And just about exactly a year ago, we began preparing the draft EIR and just published that draft in April of this year. So, like I said, I know that you all have probably discussed your housing element planning and your RHNA probably quite a bit by now. But just to frame this discussion, So the housing element is a required element of the general plan, where all communities are required to plan for their projected housing need. The housing elements updated on an 8-year cycle, so we're all beginning to update our housing elements at the same time right now. And draft RHNA allocations were released a couple months ago, I believe. And that's where these numbers come from. So the regional housing need is assigned by the California Department of Housing and Community Development. And that was over 400,000 new homes that the Bay Area is projected to need. From that, the county and its cities are required to plan for a little over 14,000. And the share of each jurisdiction's share of the region housing need is assigned by the Association of Bay Area Governments and a Housing Methodology Committee. So that's those draft allocations that were just released are the result of the Housing Methodology Committee's work. The unincorporated county's share of the region's total obligation is nearly 4,000 units, which is about an 8-fold increase from the last RHNA cycle of 515. So the county has an immense challenge to plan for that number of homes over the next RHNA cycle. And this effort is intended to help us meet those obligations. And this is our fun visual to try to illustrate how, as the RHNA gets much larger over the last cycle, the number of the pool of eligible sites that we can pull from gets smaller. And again, sorry, I skipped past this, but the way that we show the state of California that we've planned for that number of housing units is through something called the site inventory. And that is a list of sites that are determined to be available and feasible for development. So that can mean a lot of different things. Sometimes the size of the site matters, whether it can have services provided to it, access, and whether it was included in previous inventories now is something that we have to consider. So the criteria is shrinking the pool of sites to make it very challenging to meet that requirement. So this project, again, is intended to add sites to the inventory, but that analysis hasn't really been done and will be done as part of the housing element. So we are still working on that. So the reason that I'm here to talk to you is because there are 4 sites that are within the city of Sonoma's sphere of influence. And they are, as David described, the 4 contiguous parcels south of city limits. I'll pull up the map now. Oh, where did the map go? I apologize. I'll pull up a map when I finish, and then if that's useful for discussion, you can see, we can leave it up there. But so yeah, so each parcel is about an acre. South of city limits, they are contiguous with each other, but there's a parcel in between city limits and these parcels. They are within the urban growth boundary and the sphere of influence. The current zoning is RR, which is rural residential, so typically low densities. It's 3 acres per unit right now. And the proposed new zoning is R2, our medium density residential district, which allows multifamily and single family housing, and with a minimum density of 10 units per acre.
You said 3 acres per unit. You mean 3 units per acre, right?
No, the rural residential is a rural land use category. So in that case, it's measured in acres per unit.
So Nina, in this particular case, it would be 1 unit per parcel, or one.
Right, that's true. That's true. Each parcel is allowed 1 unit, even if, even if the density doesn't work out that way. So development is, because it's in the city's sphere of influence, development has to be consistent with the city's plans for the area. It's also quite limited until annexation because public services can't be extended here until it's annexed. The sites were still included in the EIR though, because it may inform any necessary environmental review that would be required for annexation. So there's information in the EIR that the hope is that they could be useful for that purpose as well, even if it's not, even if these sites aren't rezoned as part of this project. So as I mentioned, the draft EIR was published in April. And I just wanted to really specify that this is not a public hearing on the draft EIR. This is just an informational item to your commission. We will be holding a public hearing on May 20th in front of our County Planning Commission, and comments will be taken on the draft EIR at that meeting. So the EIR looked at the environmental impact of rezoning, but not of any specific development. So there's no development proposed as part of this project, just rezoning. There's extensive mitigation measures in the EIR to reduce impacts, but there were still significant and unavoidable impacts in the areas of cultural resources, transportation, and wildfire. Just regarding cultural resources and transportation are more of a broader impact that is not really related to any specific site. But the wildfire, each site does have different wildfire risk characteristics. And just to point out the specifics of these sites, these are not within any fire hazard severity zone, and they are more than 2 miles away from the nearest very high fire hazard severity zone. So there were other sites that had a greater risk than these. I just wanted to point out what is specific to these sites and what isn't. And there are other findings in other topic areas that were mitigated to less than significant. And I wanted to also point out that CEQA requires us to evaluate alternatives to the project. So one of the alternatives explored was fewer potential sites, which eliminated 6 sites from the project that had a significant number of environmental impacts. In this case, the Sonoma sites, the primary impacts were having to do with utilities. So it was the 6 sites were these 4 and 2 in Forestville. But that alternative did not reduce all impacts to less than significant and also did not achieve all the project objectives. So that analysis is all in the EIR. I just wanted to point out that that had specific relevance to these 4 sites. So we have not developed any recommendations on which sites we're recommending to be rezoned or not. We'll actually, let me take you to our next steps, which is public outreach on this project for the next few months. The public comment period for the EIR will end on June 18th. So at that point, we'll collect all comments and respond to those that bring up significant environmental issues and start preparing the final EIR. The decision makers won't review the project until later this year and early next year, at which point they will consider the our recommendations for site rezoning, and they'll consider certification of the final EIR at that time also. So that's all I had. I can pull up that map. Yeah,
Oh,
I don't know why it's right here, but it doesn't show in the presentation. So yeah, so these are the 4 sites. The yellow is city limits. The gray is city sphere of influence, or I'm sorry, that's the urban growth boundary and the urban service area, and the 4 sites right there.
So Nina, thank you for making the presentation. Could you just go back to the slide where you show the your RHNA numbers of 8,000?
Yes.
There you go. For our context, for the city of Sonoma, our current RHNA number is 137. And you may recall, we mentioned that we met that with our most recent annual progress report. We've either met or exceeded it. In fact, the only category we've not exceeded is in the VLI, and we've actually met that right on the number of 24 units. That being said, our current arena for the 6th cycle. So comparing apples to apples, you have Sonoma County at 515 versus our 137. And our new arena number for cycle 6 is 330. So I wanted to put that into context. Then Nina was also talking about sites that can be on the inventory, mostly throughout the state. HCD takes a dim view. If you add a site onto your inventory that's less than half an acre or greater than 10 acres. So there's a sweet spot there. And obviously these parcels, all 4 of them fall within that sweet spot that HCD believes can be developed with housing. And then Nina also touched upon briefly the concept of what sites can be added into your 6th cycle to try to get that number up to 3881. If you've had unsuccessful attempts for the prior 2 elements, there's a greater burden on trying to prove to HCD for the 3rd time around that you think they'll develop during the next 8 years. And that's going to be a tougher road to hoe, not only for the county, but also for us as well. So I can certainly appreciate why the county is looking everywhere it can to add to their base, if you will, or their inventory. And whether HCD will enjoy looking at some of those sites, whether they've got infrastructure or not, the county will need to make a pitch that they do fit into that category of being able to be ready for production. One last thing that I wanted to touch on too, and that is the GMO. So if you can go to the diagram again, please, Nina, the map showing the 4 parcels right at the somewhere toward the end. Yeah, there you go. If you can zoom in on that, it'd be great. So if you look at the gray pieces, those are inside our urban growth boundary. And you can see just to the north of Napa and Leveroni on the east side of Broadway, you'll see that 10 acres of Traintown. And then if you look to the northeast of that, you'll see the Denmark area. If you look below Denmark at the northwest corner of 5th and Napa, you'll see the 3.3 acre Doyle property. And then as you go south of Leveroni and Napa, you'll see Broadway Market and another intervening piece just north of SON 1, 2, 3, and 4. On the east side of Broadway, those properties there that are within the UGB, there's 5 acres called the Zapponi Serafini site, and then a 2.5 acre site below that to the south of that. The reason I bring this up is because throughout the years, let's say within the last 5 or 6 years, without being too accurate, the city has awarded GMOs to these 4 particular Sonoma sites, the Merlot properties. And as we just talked briefly with Commissioner Barnett, the development capacity right now in the county is 1 unit per parcel, because you got to allow 1 house on 1 parcel. You can't take that away. But clearly it doesn't meet the current standards of 3 acres per 1 unit. And in this case, once the rezoning occurs, should it occur, if the county moves it as part of their project, again, remember the CEQA question is different from the project question. What the county needs to do is produce a document that they can certify as being accurate with respect to the impacts that are described under CEQA. And then once they certify that, then they can take an action on a project as to whether they include these 4 parcels or not. And in the case of the county here, they could allow, if they do the rezones that, as what Nina has mentioned, that will give them the ability to put 10 units on each one of these 4 acre sites. So in contrast, when you add the county's density bonus, and I'm not the greatest at this, this will allow then a doubling of that density to be a total of 20 units on each of these 4 1 acre parcels. Again, but then there's going to be a requirement there to them all be affordable housing, if I'm not mistaken. We can ask Nina more about that detail. By contrast, the GMOs that were assigned by the city over the last however many years, that I'm failing to remember, they assign 20 units to each of these parcels anyway. And so from a GMO perspective, the city has anticipated development that would be equal to what the county is proposing, assuming that they then double the density through a density bonus. So I wanted to kind of leave that. Nina, did I get close to describing your density bonus program?
Yeah, I should have mentioned that too. The EIR actually analyzed the number of units that would be allowed with our 100% density bonus. So it's analyzed at 20 units per acre in the document. And that density bonus, it's a 100% increase over the base density in exchange for 40% of the units being affordable.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, so it's not 100%. So they could get 40% of those 80 units would have to be affordable.
That's right.
Okay, thank you. All right, Mr. Chair, that concludes our presentation. And if you have questions of Nina that you haven't had answered yet or come as a result of your discussion, please feel free. She's adjunct staff tonight. How's that?
Right.
Adjunct city staff.
So Larry, please.
Well, on that last comment you made regarding both the density bonuses and the affordable housing component, those quotations that you made were relative to the EIR you're producing, given that there's no specific development proposal on those parcels. Am I right?
That's right. It's just accounting for the fact that our density bonus program would require the 40% affordable.
So it's the potential that could,
Mhm.
in other words, your EIR is considering the development potential on these given parcels, and nothing more. There's nothing that gets codified through the approval of the EIR in terms of mandates or any other specifics that deal with the actual final proposals on them.
That's right.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Anyone else? Nina, I'm just curious if these 4 Merlot properties are rezoned. Would you just describe to me what you would envision as the sequence of events as far as how that development may go forward once it's rezoned?
Yeah, and David, please correct me if I'm wrong, but if they are rezoned by the county, development would not be able to proceed until, from the county's perspective, public services can be provided, which can't happen until the parcels are annexed. So it still all comes down to annexation.
Okay. And that's at the discretion of the city, correct?
That is correct, Mr. Chair. The thing that you couldn't really see that closely was the intervening parcels. We mentioned it around not only Broadway Market, but around like an L shape around Sonoma Market's property. That would also need to be brought in because there would be no way to get the 4 1-acre parcels without having some intervening land also annexed at the same time.
Okay.
And who gets credit in terms of the RHNA numbers? The city or the county?
Go ahead. Oh, you want to answer that?
Please.
Oh, I thought I heard somebody talking. Sorry. Yeah, so there's a provision of state law that talks about a meet and confer. I'm using a very basic term. The city and the county gets to talk to one another about how a transition could occur. Clearly, the 83, 84, 8,500, those numbers were assigned to the county knowing that they were in the unincorporated county. And so there's a process that after that assignment has been created at some point during the 8 years, that we would need to talk to the county about how they would transfer, and would it only be those particular units on a one-to-one basis that would be transferred over. But we're not there yet. That's something we need to discover and find out. So in this case, we'd be talking about a transfer, let's say, of 80 units. And it would seem appropriate that the county would be reduced by 80 and we would be increased by 80. So there'd be no net real difference. It's just that the production would be assigned to the city.
Yes, but in that particular case, for example, if the 80 got credited to the city of Sonoma at some point, then the county would all of a sudden find itself deficient by 80 units in meeting its own RHNA numbers.
Well, no, their number would go down as well. And there's also the piece of HCD having to weigh in on it as well. They all basically we have to be able to transfer them in the same way that they were assigned and created in the first place. There was a methodology. We didn't go into any of this, but there was about a year-long process where ABAG created a housing methodology committee, and we would have to be consistent with those terms, and ABAG would have to give its thumbs up as well as HCD.
Okay, thank you.
So I have a question. I just want to understand the reason for doing the rezoning before the annexation rather than doing the annexation when we're ready and then rezoning at that point.
Well, this is more or less a county question. Clearly, we, the city, have not taken on any city-initiated annexation program per se. We're in the beginning of starting our own housing element update, but clearly we're in a responsive, can't even think of the word. We're having to respond to the Doyle project because there's an application. So if Merlot submitted an application for annexation, we would then be in a position to have to deal with it and then figure out how to deal with the property around the market. But as to why, Nina, I don't know if you have a response.
Yeah. So like I said, we got 200 sites nominated. Some were by just interested members of the public. Some were by property owners. I believe these properties were nominated by the property owner. And there were plenty of sites nominated where we didn't know the utilities situation. We didn't know what constraints, physical constraints would be on the sites. So it took the EIR to find that out. In this case, we did know that annexation was likely to be required, but it's still worth studying because our hope is that this document could serve as the basis for an environmental document for annexation. That would require CEQA review as well.
I would point out, Commissioner O'Neill, that if you'd like to get onto the county's website that has the EIR, you can go. I'm going to get this number, this name wrong, but it's Appendix WSS, I think. Is that correct, Nina? And that's where Wood Rogers, the engineers, did the surveying, I guess, or site inspections of these particular 4 parcels and determined that they were not worthy of further consideration because of the lack of proximity to infrastructure. Specifically in HCD's case, they don't want water and sewer a mile away or half a mile away or a quarter mile away. They want it on the frontage of the property. And so that's the reason I suspect that Wood Rogers decided not to take it into an advanced analysis because of the proximity of sewer and water.
Right, and we also didn't know how proximate the sewer and water was until we had it studied by Wood Rogers.
So are you saying that had a full study been done of these properties, it would have been tantamount to a full EIR, and that the future development of the property, had it been based on the same assumptions of development that underlied an EIR analysis, that EIR would have been sufficient for that property, and therefore the property owner and or the city would have had less of a burden under CEQA?
I'm not sure exactly how to answer that.
Commissioner Barnett, I'll try to take a shot at it. The goal of this EIR, correct me, Nina, is that it's a program EIR, programmatic EIR that allows for some kind of base for either ourselves or LAFCO to use. In my opinion, at this point, I think it's insufficient for that, Commissioner Barnett. because of its lack of analysis, as I've just mentioned. But that's something we're going to look at and comment on when we provide our staff comments to the county on the EIR. And we could certainly make that comment at the hearing, although I think the letter does the same. A letter would do the same thing.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else?
Mr. Chair, you might want to ask Wendy if there are any participants of the public that would like to make a comment.
I'll be happy to. Wendy, are there any participants out there floating in the public that would like to raise a question?
Fred Alabic would like to speak. Go ahead, Fred.
Hello, Fred.
Good evening, Planning Commission and Nina and David. I have a question about the affordable housing breakdown of the 40%. Could you tell me what the area median income breakdown of that would be? And also, am I correct that if the properties are annexed, no matter what zoning the county has, the city can just erase the blackboard and do whatever they want after that? And then finally, if the city has a growth management ordinance in place that has the exact same numbers now that are the maximum amount that the county has, then it seems like that the city was actually anticipating that these 4 properties would be developed at the same level that the county's proposing here with their R2 zoning there, then the developer would take this county density bonus. And so it just seems like that the city is anticipating that, but then somehow don't want to do it because it's 1 parcel away. So that just seems curious to me that you know, the growth is expected there. LAFCO is planning for that growth, and at the same, I think 80 units. So it seems like that would be sort of a shoe-in that the city would, but I remember Jane Riley at the SVCAC hearing said, as far as who gets the RHNA allocation, she said that it would zero out and that it would add to the city's RHNA, but it wouldn't reduce it. But the county would be able to count it for theirs. So it seems like that's what I recall Jane saying. And but from what David said, it sounds like it's not really certain what it would be. So those are my questions and comments.
Yeah, Fred, there was a comment there. Oh, I know what it was. So when it comes to annexing the property, the city council has ultimate discretion as to say yes or no. And if they say yes, what it's going to look like. And they are not bound by the county zoning or even our own general plan. At that point, they would determine what kind of development they would like there. But let's say, for example, they wanted to develop it with the 80 units. Somebody coming into the city, into our city, could request a density bonus of our own on top of that 80 units, which would be a 25% density bonus on top of the 80. So theoretically, you could get more units out of the city than you would out of the county. Again, the counties would have that 40% provision, as opposed to ours that would not. We'd have a 25% increase over the 80. So maybe 100 units, let's say. As far as the ability to transfer units, it's just too early to try to figure out at this point who gets the credit, who doesn't get the credit. But that's certainly something we can look at.
So there's no other public comment, Chair Wellender.
Thank you. And Fred, did that answer your questions?
The affordable housing breakdown of the county's density bonus?
Yeah, I can answer that.
Please.
It would be a very low and low income, and low income is 80%. And I just had a total blank, even though I
PLI will be up to 35%, I think, Nina. But is there a percentage, for example, out of that 40%, do you require 20% of one and 20 of the other, or can it be 40 of one and 0 of the other?
half and half.
Thank you.
Okay. Very good. No more public comments, no more questions from the commission. I'd like to thank Nina for your time and your contribution. It is appreciated.
Thanks, Nina.
Thank you all. Thank you,
right.
David. Thank
All right,
you,
thank you.
commissioners.
Thank you.
Okay. Now moving on to item number 8, which is just simply our consent calendar. We've all had a chance to look at item 8.1. Do we have any comments or requests to accept or pull off?
I'll make a motion to accept.
Is there a second? I'm
with
sorry, who's second?
Bob,
Oh. Discussion? Can we have a roll call, please?
Yes. Commissioner Barnett,
aye.
Commissioner Bohar,
Aye.
Commissioner Felder,
Aye.
Commissioner O'Neill,
Yes.
Commissioner McDonald,
Aye.
and Commissioner Wyrick.
You have to
And-
take your mic off there, Matthew.
You're,
You're
Yeah, we've
muted.
never done that before.
Thank you, Larry. Novice beginner's mistake here. Aye.
So I saw mouth aye, so I'll accept that. And Chair Willender,
yes,
thank you. The motion passes unanimously.
very good. Okay, now we're going to move into our public hearing portion. And we have item 9.1 under consideration. And that is the Spark project on Highway 12. And at this time, I'd like to request the staff report, please.
Thank you, Chair Willender. This is an item for discussion and possible action to approve a use permit, design review, and sign review for a cannabis business at 19315 Sonoma Highway. The project is located just south of the intersection of Sonoma Highway and Ramon Street. The property is currently developed with a vacant restaurant. Surrounding land uses include commercial uses to the north, the south, and the west, and a single-family residence to the east that's zoned housing opportunity. At the end of last year, the City Council adopted a resolution that awarded a conditional certificate to Spark that allows it to make an application for and obtain a commercial cannabis business permit to establish a retail storefront commercial cannabis business in accordance with the city's adopted application procedures and guidelines for commercial cannabis retail businesses. And the municipal code states that after being granted a conditional certificate, the applicant is eligible to apply for and take the necessary steps to obtain permits to construct and operate their specific commercial cannabis business at the location. In March of this year, the Design Review and Historic Preservation Commission recommended the Planning Commission approve the sign review and design review for the business with the following suggestions. Manufacturer color samples shall be provided to the Planning Commission, and those were delivered to you on Friday. And the commission should consider further review of potential new landscaping as indicated in the rendering provided to the Design Review and Historic Preservation Commission. The applicant is requesting a use permit to operate a commercial cannabis retail facility. Approximately 3,131 square feet of the existing 4,055 square foot building is proposed to be remodeled. Proposed hours of operation are from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m., 7 days a week, and a maximum of 30 employees will be employed at the project site. Shipping and deliveries will occur via the proposed new door on the west-facing elevation within permitted operating hours. One company vehicle will be on site twice a week to make bulk deliveries to the dispensary, and all other delivery vehicles are owned by individuals or other companies, and no more than 2 delivery vehicles will be on the project site at any time. Cannabis deliveries are regulated by the municipal code, and these requirements have been included as conditions of approval. Security measures are also regulated by the municipal code, and commercial cannabis businesses will comply with the requirements, and these requirements have been also included as conditions of approval. The applicant has stated that the security document is a confidential document that will be reviewed by the chief of police. Alcohol and tobacco sales are also restricted, and these requirements have been included as conditions of approval. Although the applicant has stated that 27 parking spaces are on-site, parking is limited to 14 spaces. And the municipal code states that land use is not specifically listed shall provide parking as required by the Planning Commission. So one example of a similar use is a retail use, and the parking requirement for retail use is 1 space for each 300 square feet, plus 1 space for each company vehicle. So if we use this formula, the parking requirement for the site would be 13 spaces. And this includes 3 spaces for company vehicles. The existing on-site parking of 14 spaces meets this requirement. However, if the Planning Commission determines that more than 14 spaces are required for the proposed use, then a parking agreement will be required to be recorded on all the affected parcels. Bicycle parking is a requirement for new development, and the applicant has stated that 2 bicycle parking racks will be located under the existing trellis behind the restaurant. The proposal is consistent with the general plan. It's also consistent with the development code. The property zone commercial and cannabis business uses are allowed in the commercial land use designation with a use permit. The project is consistent with the building height, setback, and other development standards. The business is proposed to be located in an existing commercial building, and no new additional building area is proposed. The project is categorically exempt pursuant to section 15332 of the state CEQA guidelines, as the project entails infill development in the city limits on a site less than 5 acres in size, and that is surrounded by urban uses. Since the project is consistent with the general plan, land use designation and policies, and the zoning designation and applicable regulations, it falls under this exemption. The site has no value as habitat for endangered, rare, or threatened species, as demonstrated by the applicant's CEQA Class 32 exemption report. The project would not result in any significant effects related to traffic, noise, air quality, or water quality. And the project would be served by, adequately served by all required utilities and public services. So there are certain findings this commission must make in order to approve the use permit. Now, the design review is also subject to this commission's review. And external building modifications consist of a new parapet wall featuring board and batten siding on the east and south facing elevations. New corrugated metal wall paneling is proposed on the east, south, and west facing elevations. New board and batten siding is proposed on the east, south, and west facing elevations, and new tough line doors are proposed. 7 new black wall-mounted barn lights are proposed on the east and south facing elevation plan. The lighting plan that was submitted demonstrates compliance with the requirements of the Sonoma Municipal Code with regard to lighting. Exterior colors that are proposed consist of a corrugated metal wall paneling, a board and batten siding in a tarnished silver, window frames in a black color. The window casing is a sparkling frost color. The new parapet wall over the front entrance will feature a mosaic pattern, including a pale beach, lighthouse, and black. And the storefront doors are a Connie tough-line aluminum doors and will be anodized dark bronze. So the applicant has indicated that while the proposed colors are not a branding feature, the colors do express aesthetics that have been established at other Spark dispensary locations. At the Design Review and Historic Preservation Commission, the commission recommended that the Planning Commission consider further review of potential new landscaping. Staff would note that additional landscaping for the property would trigger compliance with the water efficient landscape ordinance. And what the applicant is proposing as a result of the construction work, that the existing landscape on the site will be replaced and refreshed in kind with the same landscaping materials. So no new landscaping is proposed.
Can't hear you, Wendy.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
The existing structure on the site was constructed in 1908, and structures over 50 years old may be historically significant, even if not listed on a local, state, or national register. So a resource is considered historically significant if the resource meets any one of the following criteria for listing. It's associated with events that have made a significant contribution to the broad patterns of California history and cultural heritage, is associated with the lives of persons important in our past, embodies the distinctive characteristics of a type, period, region, or method of construction, or represents the works of an important creative individual, or possesses high artistic value, and has yielded or may be likely to yield information important in prehistory or history. So given the age of the building, the applicant had a historic resource evaluation prepared, and this evaluation found that the building and the associated landscape does not meet the eligibility requirements for listing on the California Register, and therefore does not meet the definition of a historic resource under CEQA. So any future proposed project will not impact the built environment resources within the property. So there are certain design review findings that this commission will need to make in order to approve the design review. With regard to sign review, 2 signs are proposed: a refaced monument sign and a wall sign. The monument sign shown on the screen is a refaced existing 135 square foot monument sign. Although the sign was previously modifications to an existing illuminated sign requires commission review. The existing sign is proposed to be painted blue, featuring white text on a black and tan background, consistent with the new paint colors on the building. The existing neon detail at the top of the sign will remain, and no modification of this element is proposed. External illumination is proposed using the 4 existing floodlights, and the sign would be illuminated from sunset to 9 p.m. daily. And as I mentioned earlier, normal business hours are between 8 a.m. and 8 p.m. A new wall sign is proposed. It's a 10 square foot wall sign over the front entrance facing Sonoma Highway. And this sign would consist of an aluminum fabricated lettering. An illumination is not proposed. And the wall sign is consistent with the wall sign regulations. Based on the property's frontage on Sonoma Highway, the maximum allowable aggregate sign area for the property is 50 square feet. And the total aggregate sign area for the property would be 212 square feet, including the proposed monument sign and the wall sign. The proposal is not consistent with this requirement, as the total aggregate sign area exceeds the allowable aggregate sign area by 162 square feet. A variance was approved for the size of the monument sign back in 2011 by the Design Review and Historic Preservation Commission. The signs are consistent with the number of signs. However, the size limitations restrict a sign to not exceed 48 square feet, and the proposal for the monument sign is not consistent with this requirement, But as I mentioned, a variance was approved for the size of the monument sign in 2011. And here are the findings that the commission have to make in order to approve the sign application. So staff recommends the Planning Commission approve the use permit, design review, and sign review applications for retail cannabis business, subject to findings and conditions of approval. That concludes staff's report.
Thank you, Wendy. Does anyone on the commission have questions for Wendy?
I do.
Bob, please.
Wendy, the current remodeling of the site is only a part of the building. There's an area that's not going to be part of the remodel, and there's also an existing covered patio that's not part of the remodel. But are those two areas considered to be part of the site?
Yes.
So my question is specifically regarding the patio area. Since there is to be no consumption of the product on the site, I am very concerned about the use of that patio for people who are going to purchase product and then go consume it there. And in fact, there's actually bicycle parking in that area as well. Has there been any provision by the applicant to protect that area of patio so it will not be used for consumption of the product?
That's a good question that we can ask the applicant during the public comment.
Anyone else? I do have a question, Wendy. Just refresh my memory. It seemed when the narrative talked about up to 30 employees, we have 13 parking spaces. Those typically, as it's divided up in terms of retail space, I think oftentimes are assigned to customers. And they've spoken of having no more than one company vehicle on site or two at any given time. My question is, where are we expecting the employees to park? And I don't believe all 30 of them will be riding a bike.
Yeah, so there's not going to be 30 employees on the site all at once. So
so this is the shift, in other words.
There'll
Okay.
be shifts. And I do imagine that some of the employees are local. I think that is the hope. But parking is up to this discretion of this planning commission. So if you don't believe that 14 parking spaces are going to be enough to accommodate the use, you'll need to discuss that. But I think that
Okay.
applicant can provide some more information about where they will park.
Okay.
Wendy, a follow-up on that. Do we know how many employees per shift and what the shift schedule is?
No, I don't. I'm sure the applicant does.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else? Yes, Jim.
Wendy, was there any effort to determine a local historic significance of the property? Reading through the report, it looked like there was background material about, but the conclusion was not, well, it wasn't there. Was there any effort to reveal that as opposed to a broader area or state or regional?
Well, I think the historic resource evaluation determined that the project site was not historically significant.
And I can assume that they evaluated the local nature of that, which frankly seemed like the impact, but they didn't really.
If you have specific questions about the historic resource evaluation, I'm sure the
Okay.
project applicant can
All right.
answer those questions.
Okay. Seeing no other hands raised by the commission, I believe it would be appropriate now to invite the applicant to come forward and speak to his or her project.
Yes, so I've promoted a couple folks from their team. If there's anyone else who wants to speak and is part of the Spark team, just raise your virtual hand and I'll be happy to promote you.
Okay.
For now,
Please,
it'll be,
whoever would, yes, I'm sorry.
excuse me, pardon me. For now, it'll just be myself and Mike Schwartz, our architect. Thanks, Wendy.
The podium's
Go ahead,
yours.
All right. I do apologize. I'm trying to display my presentation here. I'm just having a little bit of difficulty. I apologize.
No problem.
Am I able to present as a, am I promoted to a level where I'm able to present at this moment?
Yes, you should be able to share your screen.
Thank you. I apologize. I'm having a little difficulty here. Pardon me, folks. It's allowing me to share my desktop, it says, but then it's not actually sharing.
Are the materials you're looking for basically a reiteration of what we've seen in our existing presentation packet for the meeting? In other words, renderings of the building, the new architecture, and so on and so forth? Or did you have something that was new?
They are. They're a reiteration, essentially, of what you've seen. And thank you, Mike. I appreciate it. Looks like Mike's having a little bit better luck with his technology this evening than I am. All right. So first of all, thank you all for your time. I want to thank both the commissioners for your time this evening and city staff for your work on this project. It's been a labor of love for us. We're a local company and we're really excited to be here in the city of Sonoma presenting to you this evening. So thank you all for having us. It's just myself this evening, Andrew Dobbs-Kramer, and I'm the Director of Licensing and Compliance for Spark. And I'm joined by Mike Schwartz, our architect, who can help speak to some of the specifics of the building and exactly what we're proposing as far as recladding it. The owners of Spark are also on this call this evening, as well as our traffic consultant, Cameron Nye, should any questions arise that they can answer. I've also noted the questions from the commission, and I believe we'll address them in our presentation, but if not, always happy to circle back and further clarify for you all. So as noted, you may hear some things slightly repeated here because Wendy just covered pretty much all of our proposal in the staff report very well. So please forgive us if I'm reiterating things, but we've got a short presentation. So Mike, could you kick over to the next? Before we get started, I just wanted to share a little bit about who Spark is. And we could go on to the next one now, Mike. Thanks. So we're a local company. Our manufacturing and distribution facility is headquartered in Santa Rosa and also serves as sort of our corporate headquarters with our admin offices. We also operate 2 other retail facilities in Sonoma County, one in Santa Rosa and one in Sebastopol, as well as 2 retail stores in San Francisco. We also have a farm just down the street in Glen Ellen, and our owners reside in Sonoma Valley. Mike, you could kick over to actually on to the next one, on to 5, thanks. So we're a vertically integrated company, so that means the bulk of what we're going to be selling here in Sonoma is going to have originated just down the street from our farm or a little further from our manufacturing plant in Santa Rosa. This will keep the money local and in the community, and it's really part of why we're so excited to be here in the city of Sonoma so that we can showcase what we're growing in the county of Sonoma and in Glen Ellen and bring it really to the locals and let them see a local product. Mike, we can go on to the next one. So just a little background on how we got here. As Wendy mentioned, we were awarded the conditional clearance by the City Council in December of 2021, December of 2020, after following the retail cannabis RFP process. On March 16th of this year, we had a hearing with the Design Review and Historic Preservation Commission. We unanimously supported our project with the request for updated landscaping info, which, as Wendy noted, was in the staff report and in your agenda packets. On Tuesday of this week, we submitted our building permit applications, and we're looking forward to hopefully a rapid building process and opening this fall following the final issuance of a commercial cannabis business permit. So if we move on to the next slide, we'll talk a little bit about what we're proposing, and I'll turn it over to Mike to tell you a little bit about sort of the design and the intent behind that. I think you're muted,
You have
Mike.
to turn off your muting, Mike.
Sorry about that. I think you've had a chance to look at the plans a little bit, get a little familiar with what we're doing. While we didn't have the history of the building to start with, the historic report helped a lot with that, but it was pretty clear that it was an old building. And we actually determined that a historic report was needed kind of late in the game as far as planning commission process was started. So that was a bit of a scramble. But the changes that we're making are really sympathetic to what appeared to be the original architectural features of the building. We're maintaining the same structural elements on the interior. We are upgrading them structurally in some cases to meet current requirements and correct some deficiencies that have happened over time. And from an exterior perspective, we're replacing T111 siding, which is not historic in any fashion, with materials that are more sympathetic to a Sonoma vernacular. There are no changes to opening, to the roof, to really anything. So it's actually a unique opportunity to really work with an old building, update it while maintaining the character of the original structure. I think you asked about the patio use and the back of the building. That's to be determined. There's definitely some interest with Spark to find a good use that would serve the community. But we're not sure yet. And there are a lot of architectural and structural challenges with those back portions of the building in terms of ceiling heights, structural soundness. There's a lot of things that would need to be addressed to really rehabilitate those and bring those into code compliant use so that they're going to be addressed later. But there is no intent that I'm aware of to have any consumption on site. And I'm sure there's a plan to address that in the trellised area. Andrew?
Yep, there certainly is. And if you want to click over to the next slide, Mike, I can dive a little bit further into what the other reviews that we've completed. So we did a CEQA Class 32 report and review, as Wendy mentioned, that determined that this was indeed eligible for a Class 32 exemption. That was completed by Rankin Consultants, who's done a good bit of work in the city of Sonoma and came recommended. We also hired the historical consultant recommended by the city, who worked with a number of local groups, including the Sonoma Valley Historical Society, on their research. Their review determined that the building does not meet the definition of a historical resource under CEQA. But as Mike mentioned, we've become aware of the history of the area and plan to acknowledge that and the original use of the building with a small display in the retail space. We think it's a unique, as Mike said, a unique opportunity to rehabilitate this building while not making significant structural changes or really any structural changes, and also simultaneously paying tribute to the past. Our design really makes an effort to retain features of the building that might appear to be original, such as the steps on the street side, while modernizing the appearance. As Mike mentioned, the siding is siding that was replaced in the 80s after a few fires. It's been updated a few times. So this is not by any means original as it stands today. We also completed a focused traffic study along with W-Trans who is available this evening should there be any questions. And this study found that there will actually be a net reduction in trips versus a restaurant use. That reduction will be 289 trips a day fewer with our use than with the restaurant use. Finally, I wanted to note we've got a parking agreement already in place as part of our lease. So we do have 28 dedicated spaces. As Wendy mentioned, I believe 14 of those are on our parcel, but through our parking agreement, we've got access to additional spaces as noted on this map here. So it's a total of 28 dedicated spaces with 14 flex parking spaces and 3 ADA. And as far as the concern about staff parking, while a total of 30 employees will be employed across all shifts, we only will have at any given time 3 to 10 employees on site. A lot of our employees are local. You know, we always make an effort to hire employees who are local to the area we're in, and we intend to hire from folks from Sonoma and the immediate surroundings. So I'm sure there will be some bike commuters, but regardless, we're not looking at 30 staff on site at any one given time. Mike, if you want to click over to the next one. So we're experienced operators. We've been operating retail, cannabis retail, that is, since 2007, and have a long track record of ensuring safety and security. And we understand that this is a concern in communities that are newly opening up to cannabis. So we take this very seriously, and we'll have on-site security during all hours of operation. Part of their job is to patrol the area and the neighborhood and make sure that no nuisance activity associated with our site or our activity is happening. That includes making sure there's no loitering, making sure there's no consumption of product, no loud music, you know, all of the things that folks think might be a concern. We have somebody there on site at all times to mitigate those concerns. And our neighbors in our other locations have found that this really actually makes the whole neighborhood better and safer for everyone. So really looking to mitigate any concerns there. And we also have a member agreement. All members agree to it in order to make purchases and be part of our membership. And that member agreement stipulates that no on-site consumption and that any violation of the member agreement may result in the termination of membership. So we've got a number of checks in place to ensure that that doesn't happen, as well as just the physical presence of our security there and live cameras all around the facility as required by the state, capturing every point of entry and all points around the exterior. So there will constantly be eyes on that, ensuring that there's no nuisance occurring on that back patio. Mike, if you'll flip over to the next, please. Another concern with cannabis retail historically has been cash management. Due to our long track record, we've been able to open a normalized banking relationship with an FDIC insured bank. And we've even gone so far as to develop a proprietary payment app similar to Venmo that allows our customers to pay via bank transfer directly from their bank account to ours, minimizing the need for cash on site, minimizing the need for ATM fees, and also just ensuring that you know, things are as easy as possible for our customers, however they'd like to pay. Finally, we've got regular cash pickup provided by our FDIC insured bank to ensure that there's at no time is there an excessive amount of cash on site. So next steps here, we're really excited about opening, and we'd love to throw the doors open tomorrow, but we have a few more steps before we get there. So as I mentioned before, we submitted our building permit application on Tuesday this week. So as soon as that building permit is issued following the 15-day appeal period here, we intend to begin construction and seek a certificate of occupancy once that's complete, and then go ahead and satisfy all of the conditions of approval in our conditional certificate and come back to the city and apply for a commercial cannabis business permit. That's the final regulatory permit that's renewed annually and gives the city a chance to check in with us each year on how things are going. So we're hoping to get all of that done as quickly as possible and throw our doors open to the public this fall. I'd be happy to answer any other questions that may arise, and thank you all for your time.
Question, Ron?
Yeah, please go ahead.
I'm just interested. while it doesn't pertain specifically to your operation, this idea that that there can be no consumption on site. I'm just curious, and I'm not sure if you can answer this question, but given the fact that recreational cannabis is legal in California, does this basically mean that someone can walk off your property, be 10 feet beyond the property line, and light up a joint? I mean, what isn't there something strange about this issue of consumption when essentially there's no limitation on consumption on a 10 feet beyond your property line?
Yeah, thank you for the question. While we don't obviously have police powers and we can't prevent people from doing things with their own free will, we certainly do patrol our neighborhood. And if somebody is found to be causing a nuisance anywhere in the vicinity, it doesn't need to be just on our property, but anywhere in the vicinity, if they're causing a nuisance, if they're violating our member agreement, that will result in termination. So we certainly can't stop people, but they won't be part of our membership if they're doing that.
Okay, I guess what I'm getting at here is that there's still some sort of implication here that the consumption of cannabis is in and itself some sort of dangerous nuisance to a community, which to me flies in the face of the legalization of cannabis statewide. I understand that what you're doing, I understand the requirements, I understand the legal necessity that the city has placed upon you. I'm just raising the point that if somebody wants to drink a beer while they're walking along Highway 12, there's no law against it. And there's no law, as I understand it, from somebody lighting up a joint and walking down Highway 12. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe there is a law against it. But I'm not really sure if the consumption of cannabis products in and of themselves constitute a nuisance. And I'm wondering how that evolved in terms of a mindset. Is it simply a holdover of the period when reefer madness was viewed as a problem, or is there something actually here that's a problem?
Andrew, before you answer that, could you have Mike give us back the whole screen so all the commission can be on the screen rather than looking at this beautiful forest, please? Thank you.
Oh, but we love our forest in Glen Ellen.
I think it's beautiful. I love it.
Thanks. Yeah, thank you for the question, Commissioner Barnett. It is somewhat of a holdover from an era of prohibition, and it's also understanding that neighbors are a key to our business, is a good relationship with our neighbors. And so from our perspective, it's less about the legal requirement and more about being a good neighbor and ensuring that the folks around us, the other people, the other tenants on this property, although they're on a different parcel, they're still our neighbors. The folks beyond our property line are still our neighbors, and we want to ensure we've got good relationships. And maybe at some point the views on a broader scale will change, but we're certainly looking to make sure that we're not causing a nuisance. We do have experience operating consumption lounges, having operated one in San Francisco for some time, but that was in a discrete, isolated area within a building, so that it wasn't impacting those around us. And that's not what we're proposing here. And that's a very different situation than an open patio. So I think, our primary concern here is just those in our immediate vicinity who we share a parking lot with, and those over the fence line, and that we're cognizant of their concerns.
No, I understand the issue goes well beyond the legal issue, and I understand why you've had the policies put in place that you have, as well as the conditions that the city's placed on you. I find them sort of bizarre.
Anyone else?
I have a question, Chair.
Yes.
What does 24/7 security mean? Is that monitored? Is that staffed?
Yeah, so we've got, typically what we use is a talk-down camera feature that is monitored. So we have cameras all around our building that are monitored overnight. And they've got, as in addition to human monitoring, there is sort of an AI system that's catching any movement and alerting folks. And those cameras are equipped with speakers so that our person at our security hub can actually say, hey, we see you in front of the back door. You need to leave now. The police are being dispatched. So we've got that ability through talk down features. We also typically utilize a night patrol at our stores. So that's somebody who's maybe not sitting there all night, but somebody who's coming by and doing a patrol and ensuring that there's nobody loitering around, there's no suspicious activity. And we found that at our location in Santa Rosa, this has really allowed excellent, impeccable security record with no successful security breaches there. Because, you know, if people know that they're being watched and you're able to tell them that they're being watched immediately in a loud voice, that tends to do the trick. And if it doesn't, there's security patrol on the way and there's police right behind them.
Right. Okay, so there's no uniformed staffed security at the site at any time?
There is during business hours, yes.
There is during business hours.
Yes, we call them safety hosts because they're also responsible for fire safety and other elements. But yes, and they are certified through the state with their guard card, and they're there. There's always at least one, oftentimes two, so that we can cover multiple angles or cover breaks and other shift, timing issues.
Well, understood. Thank you.
Of course.
Very good. Any other questions?
Yes.
Yes, Sheila.
Hello. Thank you. That was a great presentation. Couple of questions. I was wondering about the hours of operation. It seemed like 8 a.m. was a very early hour to be opening, especially with there's some housing behind it. And I'm wondering if there's some flexibility on that opening hour. So I'll ask that question first, then my next question.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner O'Neill. There is flexibility in that we're determining our hours of operation based on the needs of the community, right? Every store we've adjusted the hours of operation based on what actually fits that community. 8 to 8 is what is stipulated in the city code. And so that's what we've put here as we're yet to determine exactly what those hours are, but we're certainly not looking to be open and operating a business if nobody's interested in shopping at that time. So, we'd like to preserve the flexibility to operate between the hours of 8 a.m. and 8 p.m. That said, I'm not guaranteeing that we're going to be open that entire period.
Okay. My other question was just out of curiosity. Who is your FDIC insured bank that can deal with cannabis?
We're actually one of 25 companies that were allowed into a pilot program. So we're a little bit ahead of the curve there, but unfortunately, we've got strict confidentiality requirements around that. So I wish I could share that.
So we can't know who it is, but it's an FDIC insured institution. So it is not a credit union. It's a bank if it's FDIC.
It's indeed a publicly traded bank, and it's one of the larger, more well-known ones. And I'd love to share it with you, but if I did that, they'd probably get flooded with calls tomorrow and they wouldn't be too happy with us.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you.
Absolutely.
Yes, Jim.
Could you identify the parking spaces on one of the graphics where they're actually located? I think 28 was your number.
Yeah. Mike, are you able to pull that graphic up?
Yeah.
So it's actually trimmed off in this. I apologize. We had to make some concessions to fit it on the slide. But our parking, Mike, if you'll hop back to the other one, actually, I've got a key for the numbered ones.
Okay.
Thanks. So I don't know if you're able to zoom in at all so folks can see it a little easier, maybe.
Back to this one?
Yeah.
Okay.
So the reserved parking spaces are, for us, are spaces 2 through 9. So that's the area across the parking lot from us. That's on the left hand there, the south side of the parking lot. Spaces 2 through 9 are reserved for us, as are spaces 23 and 24. So those are at the back of the parking lot at the back of the development there, as are 29 through 34. Excuse me, 24 and 29, excuse me, and then 34, 39, 47, 50, and 52. So it's that whole block directly in front of our store. Yep, that one.
And
then
that's going to be identified with signage indicating that this is parking exclusively for your business?
it will be, yes. And then we also have flex parking in sites 10 through 22. So those are the other sites at that back portion. I also just wanted to note that the other tenants who share this with us, at least that office space, those are primarily daytime folks. So they're going home at 5 p.m., which is, just before our peak hours are hitting. So those spaces really, those flex spaces really will be available for our customers.
So that's your definition of flex spaces, that those spaces that are normally occupied by the adjacent office they go home, the spaces will be available. That's the definition of your flex spaces?
Those are defined as flex parking available to us in our parking agreement under our lease, yes.
Thank you. Jim, did that answer your question?
Well, yeah, I just had one question about the parking in front of the apartment building. I was by there a couple of times in the last few days, maybe 3 in the afternoon and about early in the morning around 7 or 8 o'clock. I always saw a half a dozen cars that must have been the apartment residents were parking there. Do you think that you can park successfully in front of those apartment buildings with residents around? They typically like to park in front of their apartments. I was wondering whether there might be a conflict there.
I don't anticipate so. I believe all of those parking spaces are numbered with which unit they correspond to. So folks have assigned parking much like any other apartment building, and they're going to stick to that.
Okay.
I don't anticipate it'll be an issue. And we're also, as noted here, we're over parked. So should that occur, we'll of course resolve it. But this is another benefit of having on-site staff and on-site security at all times who are kind of walking the parking lot and making sure that nothing is going on. So they'll be keeping an eye to make sure that those folks who are parking in Spark spaces are indeed Spark customers, and if not, just offering them a friendly reminder of where other parking is.
So none of the markings on the parking stalls mean anything. I think I was misled by that somewhat. There were apartment spaces and there were restaurant spaces, but that's really not meaningful right now, correct?
The restaurant spaces will become the Spark spaces.
Okay.
They're we're taking over the restaurant space. So
okay.
And those folks in the apartments have for many years shared parking with restaurants, which as noted in the traffic report, that draws heavier traffic than we do. So they've been able to successfully navigate that without the benefit of a safety host.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, and I do apologize. We had to trim the parking key out of that graphic. That would have been helpful for you all. So happy to share that if anybody needs it.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Very good. Yes, Larry.
I want to talk about the landscape for a moment.
Sure.
If I understand your presentation correctly, you're planning to make no change to the basic landscape as it looks today, except it sounded like you are going to remove the plants that are there and then replace them in kind with similar. I mean, it's mostly agaves and some aloes. Are you going to excavate the existing plants and then replant them? Because both agaves and aloes are easy to remove and replant. Or are you just going to take out what's there, discard it, and bring in new plants?
Thank you for the question. No, at our heart, we're a farming company, and we have a farm just down the street, and we've got staff who love plants, and we've actually worked with some staff to figure out a plan to excavate these, as you said, and bring them back after construction is done. We're concerned that if they're left there during construction, they'll be damaged, beyond repair. But with a 15-minute drive or less to our farm, we're confident we'll be able to pick them up, take them over there, water them, care for them, and bring them back when the time is right, which is, as soon as construction is done.
Because it looks like you have some relatively mature cycad revoluta sago palms and some other things that, certainly will take removal and replanting easily. And so I'm glad to hear you want to preserve the existing plant material and just relocate it and bring it back.
Yeah, we're very fortunate that the site is already landscaped so beautifully, and we don't want to, needlessly kill plants and replace them. We certainly are mindful of bringing those back just as soon as we're able to without having them crushed by construction.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Anyone else? I have a quick question. Just in the dialogue that I've heard, is membership going to be a requisite for purchase?
Yes. So when folks come in, their ID is checked in order to become a member, and then their ID is further checked to check into the building, so that we ensure that everybody is of age and is who they say they are. That membership also allows us to track, the state required purchase limits, as well as other things, and really allows us to deepen our relationship with our customers.
Okay.
But it's not a medical dispensary. In other words, you don't need to have a doctor's certification to become a member.
That's correct, but you do need to be able to present valid photo ID showing that you're over 21, which will be scanned into our system for record retention as required by the state, and also to ensure that, as I said, we're the people who are coming in are the people whose IDs we're scanning.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I think at this point, if I see no other hands, I think we should open it up and give the public an opportunity to comment. So Wendy, do we have anyone in the queue?
Yes, Fred Alabic would like to speak. Go ahead, Fred.
I've typically laid out of the cannabis planning issue, but as long as I'm here, I might as well participate in the meeting. It strikes me as ironic that the whole Sonoma County economy, and Sonoma in particular, revolves around getting intoxicated on wine, and every promotional picture has got a picture of somebody with a wine glass in their hand. And here we have a new kid on the block, and it's like you need all kind of crazy mitigation. So I'm just curious when, if anybody feels that the type of scrutiny that's gone into this business here is brought to bear on other similar projects, or if this is similar to, say, wine tasting. I know wine tasting has had a lot of scrutiny just for the sheer number of it, but I think only with the limits of the numbers of stores in Sonoma, there's probably not going to be a case with that. But when will this kind of over scrutiny die down, and a business can do business without this kind of reefer madness overtone to it? I was curious about that. And then as far as landscaping, I thought that maybe if you planted some cholla or some prickly pear around areas you were concerned with security, that the cholla could really do a lot to keep people away from areas that you didn't want them in. But anyhow, like I said, I've laid out of this, and I'm just making some gratuitous comments while I'm waiting for the next agenda items. Thank you.
Very good. Anyone else, Wendy?
No one else has their hand raised, and there are no written comments. However, before you close the public hearing, I believe that Commissioner McDonald would like to make a comment.
We can't see. There he is.
Sorry, I'm sorry. I was trying to figure out how to raise my hand on the phone. I just wanted to touch base on the sign exception. So my understanding.
I'm sorry. Excuse me. Just say, is Bob not part of our regular commission?
He is.
So then he needs to. I mean, why would we be
Oh, I
If
thought
it's not a
maybe you might
direct
have I
question.
thought maybe Commissioner McDonald might have a question for the applicant.
Okay, I'm sorry. Bob, do you have a question for the
Yes.
applicant? Okay,
Yes, I do.
please proceed.
It has to do with the sign exception and the freestanding sign. So my understanding is that we collectively as a city approved a larger sign that doesn't conform with the sign ordinance. And so we're asking for an exception to reface that. Is that something that, or I'm asking the applicant, are they building a brand new sign, and whether or not we would be creating a new non-conforming sign? I wasn't clear. It was a new sign or just refacing?
Yeah, thank you for the question. We are just proposing to reface the existing sign that's there. If you'd like, Mike has some graphics that show that, but it's really a simple reskinning and just painting it a slightly less bright color than it's currently painted in its orange state as it is today.
Okay, thank you. That was my only question. Sorry, I would have done that, but I was trying to figure out how to raise my hand. Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
No problem. Okay, now with that item behind us, I'd like to go ahead and close the public portion of the hearing and bring it back to the commission for comments. So please, Larry.
Thank you, Chair Wellender. First of all, let me say that I'm fully in support of the creation of a cannabis dispensary in Sonoma, and I don't want my comments to in any way be interpreted as meaning that I'm trying to slow things down or make difficulty for you. I think a cannabis dispensary would be a benefit to the community. That said, I have a couple of concerns primarily about the historic evaluation. First, the actual language based on the California Register of Historical Resources contains a phrase that was dropped in the historic evaluation report by your consultant, which is to me intrinsic and critical to the complete evaluation of this property historically. Specifically, the criteria for designation provided for by the California Register says associated with events that have made a significant contribution to the broad patterns of, and this is the phrase that was dropped, local or regional history or the cultural heritage of California or the United States. Now, I don't know why it is that your cultural resource evaluation consultant dropped the phrase local or regional history, but it changes both the nature of the question and the nature of the answer. And I'm concerned about it. I'm concerned about it for two reasons. It opens up a challenge down the line to the historic resource evaluation because it did not ask the complete question. And I'm concerned about it because it is unquestionable, as you ultimately discovered, and as the research into this property uncovered, a rich local significant history to this property. I think that needs to be corrected. It needs to be modified and amended in the historical analysis so that the significance of this property historically is properly recognized. It's not as I read it, it's been disqualified as legitimately part of a historical resource because it is not of state significance, but it is of local significance. And as you can see from the rich amount of documentation, it had a very vital role in local history. So that's one concern of mine. I think the historical resource evaluation needs to be amended and that question restated and answered fully. And then that criteria. Attendant to that, I want to say that while I understand, and I could see from the other photographs that you provided in your presentation, that part of the design approach to this building is what I would refer to as some spark branding in terms of consistency of the materials. I saw, for example, the rippled aluminum on some of your illustrations of other spark locations. I get the fact that you've got some established colors and design concepts that you want to apply. But I want to, for a moment, suggest that there's another alternative to working with this building that's more appropriate to the reality of Sonoma as a truly historical city in Sonoma County, the birthplace of the state of California, and the home to a variety of historical assets that are located adjacent to other commercial uses while retaining the appearance and even the restoration of these historical assets to closer to their original appearance, despite the fact that they're adjacent to newer, more modern, or entirely different looking buildings. I think there was an opportunity here, admittedly, which would require you to set aside the rippled metal siding and the colors and some of the approaches that you've used here, which to me is kind of a quasi-industrial look. It would require setting that aside for an entirely different precedent, for perhaps a different precedent than you've faced before, which is essentially creating an identity for a truly historical building. And the building is truly historical to this community. Now, I understand that when the restaurant did what it did and painted it in some garish, unbecoming colors, and that at some point in the future, the siding had been changed to a less than attractive siding material, they didn't respect the historical history and tenor of the building's past. That's regrettable. But now's actually an opportunity to remedy that. I don't think, and you may correct me if I'm wrong, I don't think people are going to patronize or flock to this particular location because of how the building looks. I think there's a need for a dispensary in Sonoma, and I don't think the appearance of the building is going to be a primary attractant as to why somebody will shop there. I think that I would hope, and I would suggest, that there's an opportunity for your architect, Mike, and for you as an operation to say, okay, here's a unique situation. This isn't just an ordinary old decrepit building. This isn't a building that, doesn't have a history. It isn't a building that is not meaningful. Actually, to the contrary, while you can't put it in the same category as the Sonoma Barracks or the servants' quarters at the Sonoma Historic State Park on the plaza, the fact of the matter is this building was built in 1908. There were fires. It got completely rebuilt and restored after a fire happened in the 20s, and was basically carefully and lovingly restored back to its original appearance when it was the Sonoma Grove. And the Sonoma Grove was an important part of Sonoma for a long time. So what I'm suggesting, albeit, perhaps a glitch in your plan, is that you consider treating this as a unique situation. Dispensing with the aluminum ripple, dispensing with the roof modification, and actually restoring the building back to the way it looked in 1920, and using that history. You mentioned you're going to do a display inside, which I think is lovely and wonderful. I think, if you take that concept and expand it out to its fullness, you could actually win an award in the restoration of a building in Sonoma to a historic quality and become, well, do I want to say a local hero in Sonoma for treating something that some people actually remember from their childhoods, although not too many nowadays, but they're still around, and becoming a vital part of the historic preservation community. I think there's an opportunity there. I think you'd be loved for it, and I, for one, would love you for it. And I think that it's actually an opportunity, not a liability. So those are my comments. I'll wait to see what others think, and I'll reserve, my conclusion as to my feelings on the approval based on what some of the other commissioners say and and after we've finished our commentary, perhaps Ron can give you another opportunity as an applicant and as an architect to weigh in on whether or not this is even something that you could consider. Thank you.
Very good. Who would like to step up next?
Yeah.
Sheila, thank you.
Following up on Commissioner Vice Chair Barnett's comments, I really like the style of the roof as it is today, the kind of hip style that goes, it kind of matches kind of the depot style. And I think that's a very relevant and historic style in Sonoma. I don't like the way that the tower interferes with that look. That really, to me, takes away from that shape and that timelessness of it. I think it makes it look a little too like a Best Buy or something. So I would definitely like to see more honoring of the shape of this building, because I think it's actually quite attractive. My only other comment is I would like to see the hours starting later. I would not want to see anything before 9 a.m. So I would amend that opening possibility to not be before 9 a.m. in particular because of those apartments back there, just to give them another hour of having a quiet space at their homes before employees start to show up, because if it's going to open at 8, they have to get there earlier. So I would definitely want to see that time change to 9 o'clock with the 8 o'clock closing. That's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Sheila. Bob.
A couple of things. First of all, I am very sympathetic to Commissioner Barnett's plea for his historic significance of the building. And I also agree with Commissioner O'Neill's asking to modify the hours to a slightly later time. One additional thing that in looking at the conditions for approval, it makes reference in number 8 to implementing sufficient security to deter and prevent unauthorized entrance and to deter and prevent theft. But I don't see anything that talks about the security that was discussed here to patrol the immediate area around the building in the immediate neighborhood to satisfy the intent to make sure that they're being good neighbors. So I would like to modify that security condition to include the additional requirements.
Okay. Yes, Jim.
I thought that Commissioner Barnett's presentation and study of the historic document was, I'm really in line with his thinking. And I think this issue really ought to be, I think this needs further study with the applicant. And I'd like to see it really fully vetted to see whether it's suitable, feasible, what all the issues are. And I feel that way inherently because of those issues, but also because I think it would be a poor precedent to ignore the last part of the historic report, apparently the way it was presented. I think it appears to be an incorrect assessment, and I don't think we can afford to ignore that. That's my feeling on it. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Yes, Matt.
Sure, I'm on here. Yeah. I also want to echo Commissioner Barnett's astute observations. I think that what he says has merit as far as the historical implications locally, and I think that deserves a second look. Otherwise, I was very impressed with the presentation here tonight, and those are my comments.
Thank you. All right, I guess let me share a few thoughts. I am not sure. Well, let me backtrack. The area that I would.
Mr. Chair,
yes.
If it was your intent to be the last speaker, I believe Commissioner McDonald would like to speak. I think he's having difficulty with his hand again.
You know, this is the second time. Oh, no, just kidding. That's fine, Bob. I see that hand now. Yes, I'm going to stop. Please. You have the floor.
I'm sorry. I'm so used to not being able to speak. So anyway, my comments will be brief. I'd like to echo the same comments that my fellow commissioners have, particularly Commissioner O'Neill. I look at this use as just like a liquor store or any sort of retail that may have a substance that might, be consumed on site that, people may not necessarily want in their neighborhood. So I look at it that way. If we were to be putting in a liquor store, I don't know if I would necessarily want a liquor store to open up at 8 a.m. Note that people would be consuming the liquor on site, but I wouldn't also want any sort of retail store to be opened up if it was, or a tasting room for that matter. And also, so those are my comments. I would like to see the hours more reasonable for the morning, either 9 or 10 o'clock in the morning. I also agree with the idea of keeping the architectural changes to a minimum and simplify it. I don't know if necessarily restoring the building back to the way it looked, it would be admirable, but I don't know if that's something that maybe financially is feasible. But I do not necessarily agree with the add-on, the entry to the building. It looks very mid-century. It's trying to spark it up and make it look like something like it's in Palm Springs or something like that. And I don't know if that necessarily is the right approach for that particular building, given its also its local historic significance. I'd like to see something more simplified in terms of the building materials. And so those would be my comments. I also am not necessarily keen on the signage as a roof sign, and that's basically what it would be. So I think trying to figure out another way of the spark insignia sign somehow placed differently as opposed to being up on the roof. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Bob. Okay, my first comment is not about the building, but it's about the monument sign. And I do not like the idea of just skinning the old sign, in part due to its sheer size. I think that it's going to sound historically contradictory. It looks like vestiges of the past. And I think that monument sign should be brought down in scale and rather significantly, because again, I don't think that this large of sign is required, particularly if a building sign, a wall sign is tastefully positioned on the remodel. Ironically, I am a little bit ambivalent about the significance of the building's history and the importance of its architecture. But I certainly will not dismiss the comments that have been shared by my fellow commissioners. So the sign is the monument sign is the main concern I have regarding the project right now. I think I'd like to direct a question to our planning director and simply ask, in light of the comments about what sounds like some fairly proposed radical changes to the architecture, do you, as the planning director, have any comments about guidance or thoughts before I give the applicant an opportunity to speak?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. A couple of thoughts. I was just looking through the conditions of approval so I could address the 9 o'clock hour, and I'm not seeing it. Perhaps, Wendy, you can look for that. I know what it says in the code, and we've basically re-educated the conditions to be compliant with the code by extracting the code, but I'm failing to see the hours of operation specified. So if it's not in there, I know the hours of construction are specified on page 92 in condition number 13, but I'm not seeing the hours of operation. Maybe it's somewhat subsumed in the condition that requires it to be consistent with the project narrative, where the applicant has said 8 o'clock to 8 o'clock. So maybe we could modify condition 1A if it's not, condition number 1, if it's not found elsewhere. So Wendy, if you could take a look at that. Secondly, and that's very simply a condition change, we could also change condition number 8 to address Commissioner Felder's questions about the patrol on site and throughout the neighborhood. Again, assuming that the applicant agrees to those conditions of approval, not only on the 9 o'clock, but the security, and also agreeing to address the question of signage and then the design changes. So the applicant could say tonight, yes, I agree to 9 o'clock. Yes, I agree to addressing security patrol, but I refuse to change the design. I refuse to change the signage, in which case, if that message was received by the commission tonight, you could approve it, or they could ask for you to deny the project if they wanted action tonight. But I would defer to the applicant if they would like to have more time to address whether they're interested in doing design changes on the building and addressing signage. And then they can also, and if so, we could go with the continuance. I don't know how long they would need to get through that process to redesign and address signage. Signage is a little bit easier than a wholesale redesign of the building, perhaps. But if they say, look, damn the torpedoes, we need an action tonight, you could approve it with conditions of approval that they can't live with, in which they then can appeal to the council, or they could say, let's have some more time to address the commissioner's comments. So there's a few options out there, and I would defer to the applicant to get some feedback.
Thank you. And yes, so at this time, I'd like to please solicit some input from the applicants based upon the comments that you have just heard. And both of you are muted, so there you go, Andrew. Thank you.
Thank you. We've also got Wendy, I believe, one of our owners, Amy Jenkins, is raising her hand to be promoted as well.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hardly hear you.
Sorry, one of our owners, Amy Jenkins, is raising her hand to be promoted as well.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thanks.
Hello.
Thanks.
Hello. So I wasn't planning to raise my hand, but I'm happy to speak to some of the concerns that have been raised. And thank you, Commissioner Barnett, for raising the issue of Sonoma Grove and the historical significance of the building. We fully intend, as part of our internal design element, to historically showcase some of the significance of the building and the history. I certainly remember the Sonoma Grove as a resident of Sonoma for the last 48 years. And so we didn't contemplate changing any design elements, but we certainly plan to feature as part of our internal narrative, again, what what a building has been in the past. And so that is certainly something that we're committed to doing going forward. However, if it's the desire of the Planning Commission to ask us to reconsider our design, I think, you know, obviously we would have to confer with the other partners on that, but we certainly do intend to showcase the historical significance of the building for Sonoma, which I'm very familiar with. So I appreciate you bringing this to our attention, and that was fully the intent as part of, you know, some of the design elements internally.
Wendy, we've got another owner. Eric is also raising his hand, and while he's promoted, I'd just like to note that, as I think we said in our presentation, but we may have breezed past it quickly, we're not planning major structural changes or any structural changes here. We're just looking to shore up what's there and put some cladding on it. So there is not going to be a loss of any historical resource here. It's got siding from the 1980s. It burned in 1947 and was reconstructed. So we're simply looking to add our spin on this building. But if there were a desire in the future and an applicant who had that intention to restore it to the Sonoma Grove era, we're not making that any more difficult. We're not making any structural changes that would inhibit that, including the parapet. I hear the concern from a few of you commissioners about the parapet wall, and that is simply something being added on the outside that could be removed, and the roof line is not actually changing. This is just essentially a facade going in front of a corner of that roof line.
Good evening, Commissioners.
Okay.
I heard concerns about the patrol and the security. I think we're amenable to those. I'd like to hear further discussion, but I don't see much of an issue there. And on the 9 a.m., I also believe we're amenable to that. I do have concerns about the design and any structural changes to the outside or design aesthetics from the outside. And just one of them, I know that the council's, I'm concerned about a delay. So if there are conversations to be had about any changes to the exterior of the building, it'd be great to come to a conclusion this evening. I know the council's super motivated on behalf of the city, of course, to get the doors open of the dispensary and get the tax revenues through and get the services that we provide and the cannabis that the community's been waiting for very long to happen. So, you know, I absolutely understand the historical concerns with the exterior. I want to mirror what Amy has said. We've tossed around and looked at and understand the photos in the historical context of this building. As far as the siding is concerned, one of the considerations was its metal siding, and we're in a fire-prone area. So that was one of the considerations that we had when we put metal siding on the building. And additionally, we operate on a turkey farm just down the road. And historically, I know it doesn't go back to necessarily the late 1800s with metal siding, but all these turkey farms have metal siding on them from the 40s, 50s, 60s, 70s. And I thought that was kind of a cool nod to the historical context of the county was the turkey farms that had been up and down the valley. So that's one of the reasons we put the metal siding on it. So I just wanted to put those out as some of the rationale behind what we do. I've got my parents in the background witnessing what I do here. So you see my father, my mother around here. They're just visiting from Indiana. But anyway, a couple of comments I wanted to make.
Very good. Thank you. David.
Yeah, so Mr. Chair, not necessarily seeing an impasse here, but you could actually approve a project tonight. It does not go to the council unless it's on appeal. So you could approve tonight, knowing full well that the applicant won't like some of the conditions you may impose, at which point it could be the one that would appeal to the council. So for example, tonight, you can modify a condition or add a condition with the starting hour at 8 o'clock. You can add to condition number 8, where we talk about provide you language, which we can do here on the fly, regarding on-site patrol and neighborhood surveillance that Andrew was talking about. And then we could also have a condition that requires the signage to comply with 50 square feet, I think it is, or something like that. And that the project be approved without metal siding, with a substitute material. I'm just thinking based on what I've heard. So you could add conditions that would remove the things that you've got objections with. And then you could also say, well, in the case of the design of the roof, and I'm working on the fly here, you could say in a material subject to approval by the planning director or the building official that can be out of X, Y, or Z materials or some kind of shape. You could manufacture it that way. Alternatively, I didn't hear the applicant say they would like a continuance to give them time to address the issues. Primarily, it's the two that I think, because you already heard Eric say that the time and the security is okay, we could do that on the fly. So absent a continuance, then your other choice would be to recommend denial of the project, at which point the applicant could appeal that to the council. And that would be the most expeditious way for them to get out of the planning commission tonight, either with a project with conditions of approval that we know they can't live with, or recommend denial. And actually on a denial, I'd actually ask you to give direction to staff to prepare denial documents, which would then need to come back to the planning commission for ratification to make sure that we've got it. So either way, there would be a second trip back. So based on what I'm just hearing myself say, I'm saying approve the project tonight with conditions of approval so that they can then decide if they're worthy of an appeal or not, if that's where the rest of the commission is going.
Thank you. Because we brought the applicant back in, does that necessitate us to opening it back up for the public?
Yeah, I'd recommend you do that, Mr. Chair.
Okay, at this time, I'd like, okay, I'm sorry. Before we do that, let me go ahead and give every member of the applicant an opportunity to speak. So Mike, go right ahead.
So I would be a little concerned about requirements to restore the building to a historic period being placed on a building tenant and not an owner. It'd be fantastic if owners restored their buildings back to original state whenever there was a tenant turnover. I don't think it's really feasible for this project in this case. And so our intent was to make no permanent changes that would make that more difficult in the future should somebody choose to do that. But I don't think that's driven necessarily by this kind of process. That's really my main comment. There's a lot of structural improvements that may go along with that. Whenever we go in and touch existing construction, there's often requirements to bring that up to current codes. And so it's not just as simple as taking a building back to looking what a picture was from another period in time. There's significant amount of construction expense, planning, design that all goes into that as well. So just
Mr. Chair, if I could address that, your commission does have the ability to impose those conditions on the applicant. How the applicant then chooses to have a relationship with a property owner, that's for them to determine. But because a use permit has been requested of you by an applicant with the consent of the owner at this point in time, you do have that ability to make this is the very time in order for you to do that.
I have a question for Mike Schwartz, if I can. Chair,
yes, go right ahead.
Okay. Mike, what would be the obstacle in just removing the parapet from the design? It seems like the hip roof, the shape of the roof would be more visible than it. That parapet just seems like an extra signage, and it seems like it would not delay construction. So I'd like to hear your thoughts on just eliminating the parapet.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, could we have Mike put the exhibit up so we can see what Commissioner O'Neill's specifically talking about, because maybe we can do something here. Mike, can
yes,
you do that?
Please.
Is that possible?
Ron, I'm suffering from old man's bladder. I have to excuse myself for a minute.
Okay, no problem.
Is that good?
Yep, that's the picture.
Yes, yes.
Okay. Yeah, I would think that's something that we could definitely discuss with Spark ownership. The intent was to mark the building entry a little bit more clearly than the way it is right now. With the hip design, it's much more subtle. But I would imagine, I would imagine that's something that they may entertain.
So if, and obviously not restoring it to original shape, but doing less to take it away from that, I think I would be comfortable with the design if we just removed the parapet and then left the shape of the roof.
Commissioner O'Neill, would that be the parapet that goes, let's say for kicks and giggles, it's about a 2-foot parapet or a 3-foot?
Oh no, that's more like 6 by.
Well,
or
You're
10
talking
by
about the whole entrance tower?
Yeah.
Or
the
just
whole
That's
parapet right
that's
there.
more than just a parapet. That's a
Right.
whole new entrance feature.
Yeah, I was gonna make that point clear, because to me there's a parapet and then you've got the introduction or the entry module where the signage for Spark is. So to me there's two design elements there. So
Okay.
if the parapet itself that goes on the west and the south elevations, and maybe even on the west elevation, if those are, let's say, somewhere between 2 to 6 feet, could it come down to be a 1-foot parapet to give you more of a vision of the existing roof structure, and maybe reduce the height of the entry box, if you will, the entry statement there, to scale, to that 1 or 2 feet above the existing roof line that we see on the upper
I
picture?
would not be comfortable with that. I would like to keep the roof line intact as it is.
You'd like to
That's-
see this edge continuous all the way through.
Yes.
Okay.
I raised my hand, but I agree with Commissioner O'Neill. The massing of the building is much more evident at the street, and also if we were to suggest that, as Commissioner O'Neill suggests, I would also entertain looking at the I'll call it the building kick plate. I don't know what else to call it. The brown material that frames the base of the building would have to be stepped down as well, so it doesn't look out of place.
Commissioner McDonald, you talking about on the upper picture here, the kick plate, so to speak,
Yeah, that brown stuff on both sides. Yeah.
or the one on the below? There we go.
Yeah.
No, not that. Not that.
This?
On the
The
rendering.
wainscot.
You're talking
Yes,
about
the
this, the
wainscoting.
wainscoting?
The wainscot.
Yes.
Okay.
I don't have a problem with the metal siding. I do have a problem with the concept of having everything in proportion. And so if we keep the roof line at the same level, with the eaves at the same level, the wainscoting then has to be lowered appropriately, so it looks proportionate.
Right. I think I would agree with you. If we're reconsidering that corner element, then the proportions of all the other components, I mean, I think that the language stays the same, but the proportions and detailing need to be revisited.
Then Commissioner O'Neill, would that also include a reduction in the scale and the massing of the entry feature there, where you see the lady at the front door there?
It could, well, it would fit within the roof line, so it would be a reduced scale.
Well, where the signage is right now, Mike, is what I'm talking about is,
Oh, this piece?
yeah, you got the lady there. It would seem like that canopy, if you will, below the lettering of the Spark words, that would seem to be at the level, to me, of where the existing roof line ends. And so everything north of the, or above the Spark lettering would be removed, because otherwise it would block the roof line. And I don't know if that's what Commissioner O'Neill had in mind.
Well, that parapet wall, though, that's been constructed across both faces of this building, this is the eastern face and the southern face, have essentially destroyed the appearance of the original roof line, because if I understand it, that's a parapet wall that's being built basically in front of the existing roof. Am I right?
Correct.
Yeah, so, I mean, we've basically obliterated the character of the original building with this particular design, and that's my concern. I understand the the issues of tenant versus owner, but you know, these are very substantial structural changes to the building, and frankly, in my opinion, once they're made, that's it. That's it for this building. That's the way it's going to stay. And so my concern is that the loss of the profile of the existing building and accordingly the nature of its history is going to be obliterated. I mean, it's just over for the building as something that's recognizable because the character of the building is so enormously changed by the architectural changing.
Also, just to note, because I think there's some confusion all the commissioners might have, and I'd like to just point out that on the staff report, on the first page, which I don't know what, I guess it would be the first page of our design detail in the staff report, it shows a completely different roof line. So if you go to the actual agenda, staff report, the first illustrative shows an existing roof line. So we should use that as a baseline, not what we're seeing right now on the screen, because it's two totally different things that I looked at as a commissioner. If I would have looked at that illustrative that you just put up, I would have had major concerns similar to Commissioner Barnett. Because I was looking at a completely different thing here. It's a colored illustrative. It comes right after the Spark narrative. I don't know what it's hard for me to, I think it's page 42 of the 186 pages that we have as a commission as part of the electronic staff report. That is a public document that is viewed by all members of the public. So when the public sees this project, they see that image, not the image that you're showing us tonight.
What page is that?
Well, on my computer, it says page 42 of 186 pages.
Let's see can we see if we can get Wendy to pull it up by chance so she could share screen? Wendy, could you try to figure out what it is?
Yes, it is a different look.
It's a totally different look.
It does not have the parapet roof obliterating the current ridge line of the roof at the edge of the building.
That's correct. So I'm sorry to interrupt it. I just wanted to bring that to your attention because it's very important, because we have a public document that people are looking at as part of our agenda. So, and it's confusing me. So,
is it this?
Yes.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay. So I think, okay, so there is a clarification there. You're correct. This is actually an updated view where we corrected the wall height. You'll notice that there's less clear space up above.
So if you eliminated the parapet roof.
No, it was a drawing error, and we found that and corrected it. And so
it is greatly scaled back though in this is true to the proposed design. I think
so this is the proposed design, is that this actually happens at the current fascia line, eave line, and then the parapet would extend above that. So we could revisit that, but this is actually the correct view of what we're talking about, not what I was showing. I was showing the.
Okay, well, that's not as major a structure, a change in the appearance, although, right, as Commissioner O'Neill has noted, the element above the entryway, is.
So this piece is what's really problematic in your mind.
Well, certainly the maintenance of the original roof and its profile is important.
Okay. So if this piece were not there, then the original roof line would still be evident.
Yes.
Well, it'd be, from this angle, the roof line, if you're coming down, heading south on Highway 12, coming into town, the roof line hasn't changed.
Correct.
And so it really is heading north is where it gets obstructed.
And it's the it's the entryway to the building with the parking lot and everything else.
Right. I'm more, I guess, I'm more concerned. I backtrack. That's not the right word. The parapet, unfortunately, when going through the construction documents, one of the things I don't like now about the parapet is that it's when you go to the backside, it looks like a billboard, and so it's single plane, and so that doesn't almost looks like almost like a Hollywood set. I'm personally, and I'm only speaking from my perspective, I am less concerned about the obstructing the roof line from this particular angle. I would rather, just for my sake, from my perspective, would rather see something that was more of an element, not just a facade. Because right now I see it as the parapet is a two-faced facade, 90-degree angle, and everything behind it is so. Let me go back because we need to open it back up to the public. So if we can, Wendy, do you see anybody in the public that wishes to comment?
Yes, Fred Alabach would like to speak. Go ahead, Fred.
That's Alabach for Pennsylvania Dutch country pronunciation. I feel like this is hitting this project with kind of onerous conditions at the last minute, and that everyone is expressing their subjective views of what's important here. And for example, to me, the roof line looks like what I would think Domino's Pizza looks like, and that these issues here seem to be design review issues and not really appropriate at this stage of the process to get into the architectural design. This area here is a strip development. It's not downtown in the historic area. And I'd like to invoke James Cribb. When he was on the Planning Commission, one of the things that he said that I found was really interesting and really good was that Sonoma character is an amalgam of multiple styles, and there's not any one particular style that's Sonoma character or historical. And so Sonoma is made up of multiple styles, and the style here I think should be allowed to enter the modern period as a statement that is for now, and not to try and force it to go into the past. I think the historical issues are more appropriate in the plaza and the historical overlay area, not on the Highway 12 strip. I think what's appropriate here is to allow the style to evolve and be different and add new flavors to Sonoma, and not to try and force the strip development area to conform to downtown historical values. I would suggest, let's see here, and the applicant said that they would give a nod to the historical character of the building and the interior. So I'd suggest to go ahead and the Planning Commission make whatever conditions you want. Then the applicant can appeal to the council, and then the council can decide if they want to delay the project any longer, or this process, which seems to have gone on interminably already, and to lay all these things on the project at the last minute seems to me to just be, the kind of shaggy dog story of getting a cannabis store open in Sonoma. Do I like the spark thing? I think I like the color. If I was driving down there, I could see the sign, and like I said, the roof to me looks like Domino's Pizza. So I think that we should allow buildings and architects and applicants to express the style and vision that they have, and allow that to enter the pantheon of Sonoma architecture, and not try to force it into a cookie cutter view, which is really fundamentally subjective anyway. Those are my comments.
Just in the nick of time, Fred. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, if I can address the comments by Mr. Alabach.
Sure.
I don't want the notion left out there that this is a quote unquote last minute attempt to address issues. This is within your purview. In fact, your commission may recall that in the past, an item like this would come before you and there would be a condition to go to the Design Review Historic Preservation Commission afterwards. We've changed that process. The applicant has gone in front of the design review, and because the use permit is bundled with the design review, it's not a standalone design review issue. Because there is a requirement for a use permit, the DRHPC act as a recommending body to you. And so the design is within your purview to make changes at this time. So it is not a last minute effort. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for the clarity. So having the public give their 2 cents, we're going to bring it back to further discussion within the commission.
Mr. Chair, I could see Mr. Dobbs-Kramer. Andrew would like to speak. If I think you see his hand up.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, before we'll let the applicant speak one more time. Yes, Andrew.
Hi, thank you for calling on us. I believe Eric wanted to address sort of a scaling down of the parapet.
Yeah, I just, Commissioner Barnett and fellow commissioners, I think Commissioner Barnett first brought the historical context concern to the conversation tonight. I wonder if there's maybe a compromise on the parapet, and if we can make a reduction in the size of the parapet, that would be amenable to the commission.
So, Mr. Chair, if I could just take upon myself here, if we could have Mike put up the parapet again, so that we can all understand what it is that we're talking about as far as a design component. I'm not going to make this a suggestion. I'm just going to say, for Eric's purposes of introducing that concept, Eric, are you thinking perhaps the band of treatment that comes off of the in the entryway there below spark be retained because it is equal to the scale of the roof, that everything above that would be eliminated? Or would you want that parapet to be equal to the height of the lettering of spark, so that?
Thank you.
Is that where it covers the white?
Yeah, so
the part that's blue and tan and the trim above it would be eliminated. Is that what you're thinking?
I think my proposal would be if we take, so the band below spark is at the level of the roof line. And my proposal would be to reduce the parapet size above that by 1/3. So if we look at the right-hand side of the parapet on the screen, we see 3 sections. We see a white on the lower section, a blue in the midsection, and a tan on the upper section. To reduce the size, the height of the parapet down to the top of the blue section by 1/3, roughly.
No, that's not what you just said, Eric. That Mike, he wants to go. He wants to include the blue piece. Yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
So that's clear to you as commissioners that the height of it would be reduced to where you see the red line.
That's their offer. That's not what we have to agree to.
That is correct.
Yes. No, so let me address the question to Mike, the architect. Is that something that, from your design perspective, doable?
I think it could be. I mean, I think this is really, we're presenting this to the community and working with Spark and myself and the Planning Commission to come up with a design that works for the city of Sonoma as well as Spark. And okay. I think Eric has a good idea, and that's something that we could accommodate.
Okay, very good. So if we'll bring back the full commission screen, please. So with that in mind, and I believe I've picked up everybody that needs to speak, let's bring it back to the commission for a continuing discussion. And I just want to make another comment that was a little short. I ironically am not in agreement that we need to make speak back to the historical significance of this building. I think that if the modification of the building respects this structure, and even though they're putting on this corner piece for some recognition of the entrance, which is not an unreasonable thing to do architecturally. I again think that I can live with that. I could live with a reduction in the parapet. I could certainly live with a significantly smaller monument sign. But again, I think our past commissioner made the comment that, yeah, Sonoma's made up of a real mixed architectural style. We aren't Santa Barbara where everything's a Spanish mission style. So again, in this locale, recognizing that we've got Napa Auto Parts not too far away, that is not a significant architectural thing. It has quite a bit of history, but that's not stellar. I would like us to continue the dialogue about how we can make some decision tonight. Mr. Barnett.
Well, to me, the heart of the issue of the historic nature of this building isn't preserving the interior elements. It's basically the degree to which we can respect a building that's been here for a very long time, longer than most of us have been here. And while it's not in the historic district, I think that its age and its role in the community makes it special, makes it different, puts it in a category that transcends the downtown plaza district or the designation of any district. I personally think that the historic resource evaluation could benefit by a peer review, by including the full phraseology of the standard of the state of California, that local significance also pertains to whether or not a structure is historic. I think that when that question is asked specifically about this building, I think a peer-reviewed evaluation, if not an evaluation by the original consultant who did the historical evaluation review, would perhaps conclude that yes, the nature of this building is historic. On a local basis, on a California basis, no. As to variety of architecture, if there was no building there to start with, I'd have no objection to the design that's been proposed. I don't have any objection to modern architecture or changes in style or diversity in style. What I have an objection to is the conversion of a building of rich history into something that doesn't look historical at all from the outside. It looks like a new building. And while I understand the intent of the applicant to have some sort of display inside that highlights the history of the building, and that's all very nice, that doesn't change the streetscape. That doesn't change the impression. And the impression of this application of the building as currently suggested as a modification, to me looks like a new building. And the issue of the parapet above the entry is the least of it to me. I just think it doesn't, for me, fulfill the needs of reinforcing the history of this building and its role in Sonoma.
What's the size? I'll use that.
Once these changes are made, its sense of history to me is going to be lost. Certainly to someone who goes inside, who doesn't go inside. If you don't go inside and see some little display about this building, for all you know, it's just a new building that got put up. So I'm afraid I'm not satisfied by the parapet entry change. I think this needs more review. I understand the concerns about time and delay, but I'm more concerned about getting this right than I am about getting it done quickly. And I don't believe that the planning process is about getting things done quickly. I think it's about getting things done right. And this is really the first time that this commission has had an opportunity to review this project in detail. It isn't the end of the process. We're in the middle of the process. It's only the end of the process if we want to hustle it down the tracks and get it done as quickly as possible. To me, this is a situation that begs for a continuance and an opportunity for some development of alternatives and a reconsideration. And that's what I would suggest. And I will make a motion to continue this item if no one else does when we finish our discussion.
Okay. Thank you, Larry. Right, who else would like to share any thoughts?
Mr. Chair, you have Commissioner Bowe, Commissioner O'Neill.
Yes, I see. Jim, I saw your hand first. Go ahead, Jim.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm in favor of another cannabis shop, and I appreciate the efforts of the applicant as far as what they put in so far. However, I haven't seen any, there's been a lot of discussion, people trying to reach a conclusion of a design change that would suit them or make sense in their sense of appropriateness. I'm afraid I haven't seen anything in that discussion that's reminiscent of the original building or suggests something of the legacy of the building. I'm not saying that I'm disappointed that an exact restoration hasn't been brought to the chair, but none of this is reminiscent of the history or the building in any way, in my opinion. And I think that really the first step would be to really determine what the correct historic evaluation is before anything's done. And that will give a clear direction into perhaps some more alternatives. Right now, I don't think we have enough information to really drive sensible alternatives. And I would be in favor also of a continuance, do that, and then come up with the next logical step, which would be perhaps a new design or no new design. But I don't think we have enough information right now, in my opinion. Thank you.
So Jim, can you clarify as far as, I believe it was Larry brought up the comment that the historical evaluation was not conclusive or was not, I want to hear the language of if we feel that it needs to change or it needs to be revisited or peer review. What was it lacking again?
Well, the language, if I may interject, Mr. Bohar.
Yes.
The language of the standard of the state of California includes the criteria of local significance, local historical significance.
Okay, got it.
The report that we received with this application omitted those words entirely and put it in the context of significance in California history. That's not accurate.
Okay, I thank you for the clarity. I just wanted to make sure that if that was going to be one of the conditions of the continuance, I wanted to make sure we got it right. So thank you. All right, Sheila, you wanted to speak?
Yes, thank you.
Sure.
I like the idea of the shop coming in, the retail business. I think this is great. Really want to support it. I don't see this property as being in historic form today. It's gone through so many iterations, Plaza Tequila, all the various ones. But I don't want to take it back to its original 1908, 1920 historic form, but I want to further deviate from that history. So for me, that preservation of the roof line is very important. And the fact that we have such a large monument sign already is a very clear sign for shoppers that are coming to look for this business. And I think that there's things that can be done with paint or color around that entryway that will highlight that this is the entrance without changing that roof line. I think that that would be a mistake to deviate further from the historic design but I don't see the need to go back to anything prior to really what's there already today, because it hasn't been historic for a very long time. And I don't think we should put that burden on them to make it a historic property on the outside. I just don't want them to take it further away from its history.
Sheila, for clarification, any interruption of the roof line would be something you'd have a difficult time supporting?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Felder, you've been patient.
Yes, I think in listening to the discussion back and forth, I have to agree with the commissioners who have voiced the concern about the flaws in the historic evaluation. And it seems to me, if there is a flaw there, that has to be corrected, and it has to be peer reviewed to interpret whether there is historic significance or not before we can move forward. Otherwise, we're just deciding we either like the new look or we like the old look. But if we're going to rely on a report that goes through a historic evaluation and it's flawed, then we got to go back and fix it.
Very good. Thank you, Bob. Mr. McDonald, you have your hand up.
Yes, I just wanted to also support Commissioner O'Neill and her suggestions of keeping and maintaining the existing hip roof and the roof line. I agree with her. I would not support any changes to that. I also agree with her, and is very astute to suggest that the sign that we have is already exceeding the sign requirements for a freestanding sign. It is a dominant and can be used to mark the business clearly. Wouldn't be opposed to having a some sort of architecturally designed roof sign, but we could do that. It could be illuminated, and we do not need to create a parapet behind it or change or modify the roof line to achieve that. So I think that these are all reasonable requests. I believe that it's in our purview as the commission to make and suggest changes regardless of what type of use it is. This is our first review of this. When we're presented a project that has already gone through design review, it's under our commission's purview to pull that up and also continue to make changes. And so I'm glad that we have this opportunity. And I think that in terms of like restoring the building to its original or close enough to its historical integrity is, in my mind, not necessarily reasonable, but I think the main construct of the building and its simplistic nature and form should be celebrated and preserved and enhanced. And we could do that with modern architecture. We can do that with different materials, but
it just froze up, Bob.
Well,
like we lost.
Yes, we did lose Bob. All right, maybe we'll give Bob a chance to get back to us. I don't want to be disrespectful to either Eric or Mike. At this point, I want to keep the dialogue going with the commissions. We'll be happy to, if need be, coming back to you. So Bob's frozen. Is there anybody that would like to fill in the blank while Bob unfreezes? So while we're waiting for Bob, hopefully to come back online, what I'm hearing is a justification for a continuance because we believe there needs to be peer review on the historical valuation because of the fact that it did not recognize in its language the filter of local significance. I've heard that we are wanting to ask the client to revisit the overall architectural design relative to maintaining the simple roof line form that that people have expressed an importance to in maintaining. What am I missing?
Hours of operation.
Yeah, right. Hours of operation, the security issue, those are the conditions that can be addressed. But what I'm hearing is the suggestion that this be continued. But I want to make sure if we do go that direction, that we provide clear direction and comment to the applicants so that they know what this, what options they have or what this means or what we're seeking to get. David, do you have any more thoughts?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, if I can just interject, you may want to ask the applicant if they're willing to take a continuance or if they want to ask you to take action tonight.
Okay. And if we do a continuance in terms of the month in which we're in, regardless of how long it would take the design team to make some changes, are we talking, what would we be talking as far as scheduling on our end?
Well, let me see if I can be a little bit more clear. I apologize. So the applicants, and I'm not speaking for them, obviously, so Eric and Mike and Andrew can kind of caucus, but clearly they could hear your continuance. Let's say we go to June the 10th. They could say, you know what, we're not going to touch the design. We're not going to touch the parapet. We'll only agree to the hours of operation, do the security and maybe reduce the freestanding monument, but we're not going to touch the building. Oh, and by the way, here's the answer to what happened on the HRE. We want action on the June 10th meeting. That very well could be a possibility. And at which point, if that's what they communicate to staff, then we could come forward with a project that has conditions of approval with modifications, or we could recommend denial based on the applicant's unwillingness to change or refuse, not want to change the design of the parapet or whatever. That's kind of a moving target. So I would get from the applicant they're willing to take a continuance, or if they want to ask, if they want to have you take action tonight. So I think you put enough on the record to make the findings for denial.
Okay, very good. Bob, are you back connected?
Yeah, I apologize. My phone is heating up and then it freezes. I have to put it in the refrigerator, so my apologies. I just wanted to just say that I think that the changes that could be made are probably could be very basic, and so I'm hoping that we can strike some sort of deal to make everybody happy. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, following the recommendation of the planning director, I'd like to open it back up to the applicant. And so it's Andrew, Eric, and Mike. Please feel free to comment.
Commissioners, thank you for the dialogue. My objective tonight is to meet the needs of this commission, meet the desires of the city council, as well as us as applicants in the community at large, which is to try to strike a compromise. So I appreciate the time and energy tonight to try to get to that. I would propose that there's no parapet, okay? And if siding, metal siding is a concern, and there's a suggestion for another siding that's affordable and not be rustic or something that goes way back and is really difficult to mill and whatnot from a lumber perspective, propose to change the siding as well. As far as the spark sign that sits on the roof line, if that has to go as well, okay. I do understand that existing non-conforming signage out front is a nice amount of signage, and maybe that can offset, and that existence there could eliminate the need for the signage that sits on the roof line of the building. So like I say, and of course with the security recommendations were amenable in the hours of operation. But you folks are the expert. You know what historical is and what it should look like and have recommendations. It's obvious to me that The parapet is not something that's historical. And so let's get rid of the parapet. As far as the siding, if there's recommendations to an ulterior side of siding, then the plywood or the T111, I think that's on it now, open to it. And if metal is something that's not acceptable, then amenable to that. But my primary objective is to keep a rather expensive project, one that's been years in the making, moving down a path that's workable, not only to this commission, but to the city council and the community as well.
Mr. Chair, if I can, what we haven't heard is about, well, I think I can put words into Eric's mouth, but I don't know if I want to do that. But he didn't say anything about the continuance issue, but just the design issues. And I think the question is, since we don't have his historical consultant available right now to answer the question as to why certain parts were omitted, we would at least need a continuance to address that question if that's the direction of the commission. So I guess the question is to Eric, would it be okay to continue this for 30 days or till June the 10th in order to get your consultant to answer that question? And in the meantime, we can work on these other issues and freshen up the conditions of approval.
It's if you're asking for my vote, it's not to continue. I'd like to find a solution tonight.
So what I've heard, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Chair, Mr. Mayor, is the applicant would like you to take an action tonight. And so absent the historical review being addressed, you would need to form an action tonight to deny the project based on that information, if that's where the commission wants to go.
The question I have though, real quick, Sheila, is that if there has been compromise or an offer up on the table by the applicant to get rid of the parapet, so we're maintaining the historical profile of the building, is it still necessary to get the peer review of the report if we've addressed, again, if at least from the exterior profile, the original scale and profile of the building?
So, Mr. Chair, my answer off the cuff would be, you've been presented with an HRE. It would be your commission's determination as to whether that's an acceptable report or not. If the answer is yes, then you can move forward with your design changes on the roof line and the parapet and any of the other things that we're talking about tonight. If the answer is no, then you would move towards denial.
Okay, so with that clarity, and Sheila, I don't want to cut you off. If you would like to speak up, please do.
No, there are people ahead of me. I think Commissioner Felder wanted to speak also.
I just took my hand down because I'm totally confused about which direction to go now.
Okay, well,
because I want the historic evaluation to be correct, but I was willing to accept the compromise that Eric presented as an acceptable way to preserve some of the historic significance of the building. So
okay,
I need some help.
Can I?
Go, Sheila.
I'd like to make a motion to approve this project with the following amendments. No parapet or changes to the roof line, no sign on the roof. Keep the oversized, what do you call it, monument sign, and change the hours to a start time of 9 a.m. and then the verbiage related to the security and checking.
Okay, is there a second? I see a hand up. Mr. McDonald. You're frozen. You're muted, Bob.
Sorry about that. Just wondering,
the question was whether or not it's second.
Plate or the wainscoting, if we could amend Sheila's conditions to modify that as well.
The wainscoting.
You can't amend it.
Yeah, so it's lower.
No,
Has to be a friendly amendment.
A friendly amendment.
no, let's go back and start over then. Sorry, Sheila, can you
Okay, I make a motion that we approve this project with the following amendments. No parapet or changes to the roof structure, no sign on the roof. Keep the oversized monument sign. Change the hours of operation to not begin before 9 a.m. And I'm not sure on the verbiage of the lowering the height of the wainscoting. And then and I'm not sure on the verbiage about the security in the neighborhood. So I have to leave that one to the planning department.
Okay. Okay, before we continue, is there a second?
I will second that.
Okay, there's been a second. Let's have discussion.
Discussions.
Oh, but I'm just curious, an alternate second?
He's
sorry?
there's no Steve Barbos today.
Oh my God, I'm sorry.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Larry. Yes.
Well, here's the concern. If the HRE is not sufficient, then the CEQA finding cannot be made. We're getting ahead of ourselves here. We can't take action on this project unless the CEQA exemption and all the facets of CEQA are satisfied. And part of the satisfaction of CEQA is a consideration of the historic resource. Now, we've all agreed, I believe, that a key phrase in the evaluation of the historic resource was left out of that evaluation report, which has to do with the impact of this building on as a local historical structure. Until that is satisfied, CEQA can't be satisfied. If you can't satisfy CEQA, then you're moving ahead with a project that's improperly vetted.
Okay, understood. David, would you clarify that if indeed Vice Chair has that correct?
I'm looking
Because
right
that's
now.
easy.
Yeah, I'm looking at the 15332. I believe the commission has discretion to determine whether the 15332 can be used or not. And if the commission finds that the 15332 cannot be used because of that, it's clearly not in the, it must have to be in the exceptions, and I'm not finding the exceptions right now. Wendy, did you put the exceptions in the staff report? I believe you did, right?
The exceptions to the CEQA exemption?
Correct.
No.
I know Rincon did. Mr. Chair, if you can continue this or continue discussion for a minute.
What I'd like to do is twofold. One is for reasons I don't understand, and everybody knows that I'm technologically challenged. My iPad did not charge, and I'm about to fade away. I'd like to take a 5-minute quick recess, give David a chance to check on this language of the exceptions, and let's come back in 5 minutes.
Thank you.
Oh, man.
Let's see.
if they are one, a resource listed in or determined to be eligible by the State Historical Resources Commission for listing in the California Register of Historical Resources. Number two, a resource included in a local register of historical resources as defined in so-and-so, or identified as a significant in a historical resource survey meeting the requirements of so-and-so. So they're showing that that they've looked at the local register, that is one of the criteria. So I'm trying to figure out.
Well,
you know, so
I'm just looking at the 4 findings that were in the staff report as required. And of the 4 findings, the first finding was a restatement of this language I just sent you in the chat with a deletion of the words local and regional.
So that may be an error on our part for not copying it from the right location.
I don't know.
Wendy, can you pull up the staff report? Because I'm not finding it. All my pages are loose and they're all tangled up.
Yes.
So are we back as a whole then?
Yeah, let's get back as a whole, Mr. Chair.
Back as a whole.
Back as a whole.
See, we're missing Mr. Felder, we're missing Sheila, missing Mr. McDonald.
I'm here.
I'm so glad. Good. Thank you.
I just want to make sure the T's are crossed and the I's are dotted. If it turns out that what I perceive as the omission of this language is corrected in some other part of the document, if the historical resource evaluation has in fact considered the local impacts, then fine. All I want to do is make sure our process is correct and followed properly so we don't get in trouble down the line. I don't want to see something else arise in this entire process that we can essentially eliminate as a concern up front. That's all.
So David, I'm displaying the staff report under historical significance.
Yes, and there it is.
So it's the language that was missing in the staff report, not the language that was missing in the HRE.
Yeah, the HRE actually has it on page 2. Wendy, can you go to that?
Yeah.
I'm going to go to the findings in the HRE real quick. Okay, here we go. We can go to page 41. Go to page 41, please, Wendy. And it should be conclusions. Keep going right there. So it says Evans and DeShadow, Ishazo, completed the HRE, 1908 building, location APM. If the property is eligible for listing on the CRHR, and if the project would have an adverse impact on historical resources. And they talk about the last paragraph there, you'll see that the project does not meet the eligibility requirements for listing on the CRHR and is not currently listed on any national, state, or local register of historic resources, meaning that they've conducted the analysis locally. And I think that's the point that Commissioner Barnett, Vice Chair Barnett is raising. So it looks like it would be considered to be an adequate report. And we can also go for more information on pages 39 and 40 to get how they, which forms the basis of those conclusions.
Okay, well, I based my comments and concerns on the language in the staff report. I did not have time to go and read through the entire historical resources evaluation. So if that you feel as a planning director satisfies my concerns about legal adequacy, that's fine. I'm prepared to accept the reality of what the sufficiency of the report is. Based on the staff report, there was a key phrase missing, so I was working from that information.
Thank you for that. Again,
Okay.
the commission is still able to determine whether the HRE is adequate or not. And the only way you could do that would be to have a peer review. If there's
I understand.
Yeah.
Got my hand up. I want to call the question.
Yes, go ahead, Bob.
We have a motion and a second on the floor. If there's no further discussion, I'd like to call the question on the vote.
Mr. Chair, if I can, I want to clarify a condition of approval for the commission to look at.
Let's go back to full screen, please.
Yeah. And I may need to have the commission's assistance on this, but condition number 8, we can figure out a place to have a condition to require the parapet redesigned, the no sign on the roof, the monument is okay, hours modified to 9 a.m. We can include that as a condition. And then also I want to talk about the wainscoting to be either eliminated or removed. And then also, if that's what the motion meant, and then condition number 8 would have added language, let's say, to add on to this last sentence. It says all commercial cannabis business shall comply with additional requirements detailed in the regulations. And then we could say, and to the applicant shall patrol the site and the neighborhoods for X, Y, and Z. Maybe I'd defer to Andrew to say what that X, Y, and Z was, because I don't quite remember what the commission's concern was in order to have him go out there into the neighborhoods or on site. I forget right now what activity it was we were trying to protect against on the security measure. So I'll defer to the chair if you would like to ask Andrew to add that in so we could correct the language on condition number 8.
Please, Andrew, if you would contribute, please.
Yeah, our safety hosts periodically patrol the parking lot of our buildings and the immediate surroundings. So that's how we've defined it in our policies internally. And I think something to that effect would be a reasonable condition. I think the neighborhood is a little bit broad and leaves it open to interpretation. I'd really like to see something that's very clear that we can point to in our staff training. And currently what we point to is the immediate surroundings. So that's the parcels that abut our parcel immediately, as well as, across the street doing visual checks. But
Andrew, that satisfies me. I was concerned mostly about that patio area, which is on site.
Absolutely, that will be patrolled. That is just standard policy, and we're definitely happy to add site patrols to it as a condition if that's sufficient for you.
That's sufficient.
So that'll be condition number 8, Mr. Chair, to say, and to patrol the site and immediate surroundings.
Yes, that's adequate. So we've had a first and a second. We're now in discussion. Are there any more comments? I'm not sure I support that wainscoting issue. I think that's a detail that the architect can address. If it's eliminating the parapet, the entrance, I didn't see anything historic about the wainscot before. What am I missing?
You'd need a friendly amendment, Mr. Chair, or another motion to eliminate condition number 6.
Well, if I'm the lone voice on that, then we don't have to go that route.
I'm in agree. I agree with you, Chair Wellender. I'm leaving those details of exterior siding, et cetera, to the architects. My big concern is the roof line.
Okay, thank you. So it's been amended. Does the second agree with that still?
I agree with that.
Okay. Are we ready to take a vote? Roll call, Wendy.
Thank you. Commissioner, Vice Chair Barnett.
No.
Commissioner Bohar.
No.
Commissioner Felder.
Yes.
Commissioner O'Neill.
Yes.
Commissioner McDonald.
Yes.
And Commissioner Wyrick,
Yes.
and Chair Wellender.
Yes.
Thank you. The motion passes 6-1.
No, Wendy. There were
Oh,
two.
5-2.
5-2. I stand corrected. Thank you.
Okay, very good.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
you.
Good dialogue.
Thank you for your time and consideration.
So now let me find the agenda. We've already had our break, so we're just going to plow on. We now are on item number 9.2, which is a study session for a proposed 15-unit residential development on 1.5 acre parcel, 19910 5th Street West. So this is a study session, and does staff have any comment before we invite the applicant to come forward?
I'd like to introduce Trent Sansom, who's going to be making the presentation tonight. And David, do you have anything to add?
No, Mr. Chair, I think you said it sufficiently that we as a commission have guidelines for a study session, and would appreciate your attention to them. Thank you.
Very good. Okay. All right. The podium's yours, Trent.
You bet. Thank you, Chair Willander. Thank you, members of the Planning Commission. Really good to see you all here again this evening. I realize we are approaching 10 o'clock here, so I will try to be brief with my presentation and allow it to be more conversational for any questions, comments, or feedback. But we're really excited to be before you here this evening. And I'll go ahead and start sharing my screen here to pull up the PowerPoint. So the property in question this evening is 19910 5th Street West, located at the intersection of 5th Street West and West MacArthur. And I'm sure we're all still very familiar with the neighborhood. Just kitty corner from this property is where we're completing the development of the Mockingbird Lane subdivision. The property itself is just about an acre and a half, approximately 1.51 gross acres, designated RM for residential medium density in the Central West area, planning area, zoning district, and the general plan as well. And I'd also like to point out in the housing element for the city of Sonoma that it was also contemplating 15 units on the property as we're proposing with our, that we have proposed in our SB 330 application and are presenting before you here this evening. This next slide is the current iteration of the conceptual site plan that we have submitted with our SB 330 application to the city of Sonoma. After several iterations and attempts on coming up with a functional site plan for the property, we met with the city staff project advisory committee a month or so ago. Got a lot of good feedback from planning, public works, and building departments, and reconfigured into what the site plan is before you all here today. And the main comment that drove this current site plan that has been submitted was Public Works' desire to make sure that there was unobstructed access for the storm drain ditch easement along the eastern boundary of the property, so that there weren't any homes or private yard spaces or anything obstructing their ability to get in there and maintain it in perpetuity. So as a result, we previously had some homes that were backing along this area here, shifted everything to the left side, worked to incorporate some conceptual architecture that would meet the intent of the Central West plan, where front elevations and porches are engaging the streets with enhanced elevations, various different plan types for the infill property of only 15 units. Units 1 and 2 are intended to be alley loaded style units. 3 through 9 are intended to be more traditional style, detached single family homes with 2-car garages with some private yard space in their rear areas, but similar to Mockingbird Lane, no long driveways for these homes. And then 10 through 15 backing up to the property while trying to maintain all the setback requirements from lot and property lines set forth for RM zoning in the Central West area, maintaining 20 feet around all of the edges of the property, some more traditional single-family detached style homes with full 20-foot driveways to provide diversity in the housing options in the property, with naturally the awkward shape with some triangular configuration, the common open space area being in the southeast corner that is linked up with a pedestrian connection ability with architecture facing it to have eyes on it at all times. One nuance to our application that I think I just wanted to put out there, as I know the wording for it might cause some confusion, is that we're proposing a tentative map for condominium purposes. So this isn't, although these are not condos by common references where there's, they're apartments that are individually owned and occupied. The MAP Act allows for even detached homes to be created with condominiums. This is a standard practice that we've done for several projects down in Southern California and Orange County. So essentially, instead of subdividing and creating individual fee simple lots for each of the proposed homes, it's a condo plan where they're all done with airspace, and then it all stays as one existing lot for measuring setbacks and other areas. And then the private yard spaces all be done with easements dedicated to each individual unit. As I mentioned before, the housing element identifies the property to have 15 units on it, as we're proposing today. And with our SB 330 application, we are currently in with the inclusionary housing ordinance as it is before it's in the process of being fully amended or updated by the city, with 20% of the units on there. And we are proposing that there would be one low income, one median income, and one moderate income, so that there's the diverse range for the 3 units with that 20%. Here's some conceptual imagery for various architectural styles, as it was discussed before on the application before us. There's a wide range of architecture that makes up Sonoma, so I'd be curious to see, to gain some feedback this evening of what the Planning Commission or various members of the Planning Commission would prefer or like to see, because I recall very specifically when we were working together on Mockingbird Lane, a desire to have diversified architecture where we did a mix of Spanish cottage style with a craftsman style to mix it up on that project. And then here are some conceptual proposed elevations for each of the plan types of the project. So with that, sincerely thank you all for your time and consideration here this evening. I'll be here with my notepad, and our architects and civil engineers are on the call as well, listening in for us all to take vigorous notes and do the best we can to make modifications and come back with a formal application here in the near future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Trent.
Mr. Chair, if I could ask a question to lead off the discussion. Hey, Trent, I've not heard of the term median and moderate used as separate and distinct affordabilities. Can you address that? Because obviously we're familiar with the VLI, LI, moderate, and above moderate. Are you thinking about a missing income number that is different? Because I think the moderate and the median, they will fall into the same RHNA category, but you're thinking of doing a restriction that does something different. So tell me what the median is, because we know what the moderate is.
You bet. Good question, David. There, with the gray area and how the code is today, it could go one way where we could have proposed 2 moderate income units, but with the city of Sonoma's desire, from my understanding of following the past several planning commission meetings and discussions on the topic of affordable housing, it's really, the current goal is to provide a range of income opportunities. So with what we've seen with various income levels is 80% is low income. So it'd be that one unit would be deed restricted with a cap for the future home buyer to qualify at the 80% AMI. Moderate is the maximum of 120. And then median is that in-between area at 100%. So it'd be 80, 100, and 120 are the AMI levels for each one.
Thank you.
Okay. Again, we have an opportunity to share some individual comments. There'll be no straw polls taken. There'll be no specific decisions made this evening, but an opportunity for us to give some comment to the applicant and his team. So, anyone like to begin? Sheila, please.
So I had no idea what an odd shape that property was until I got the report. And I've driven past it a million times. I think this is a really clever way to utilize it. And I think it makes sense to keep the houses off of the drainage area. The one question that I would have for you that I would like to see, our big struggle is for the very low income. So I'm wondering, have you given thought to that? How can we see more of that incorporated rather than the moderate income? Try and pushing the housing opportunities down to the lower income.
For full transparency, not to beat around the bush, when we first started this project and working on all various aspects of it before pursuing a development, we started everything with the assumption that the code was going to be the code before the commission and the council started discussing the amendments to be increased to 25 with a broader range of housing types. So that's with our SB 330 application getting in and the codes being what they are at the time that application is submitted, the lowest will go is the one low income unit. But I wanted to offer up the median income unit instead of two moderates and one low income to help provide that range.
Thank you.
Right. Bob, please.
Chair, if I can, Trent, will those be, are those for sale units then because of the condo nature of them, or are you doing something else?
No, we are planning on them being for sale, correct?
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Bob, go ahead.
Which Bob?
I'm sorry. Mr. McDonald.
My comments, one, I say that I think it's a creative type. I support the circulation, the guest parking, the fact that it fits in with the neighborhood, that they're single family type houses that blend in well. And my one is a question of staff. So I'm going to ask staff about this. It has to do with park and lieu fees, and it also has to do with the idea now that we have Mockingbird Lane and we have this new development coming in, what the city's plans are for the underutilized open space, which is right across the street, owned by the city, and what, if anything, can be done with using any sort of parking lieu fees that might be registered with this project to maybe make some improvements. So there'd be some sort of a shared use of any sort of fees approximate to this development. So I want to throw that out as part of this discussion. Some of my other comments have to do with the development next to the creek and the drainage area. I just wanted to understand the easement when it becomes a project, and also that there are some oak trees that are growing along that easement area, and I wanted to understand how they can be preserved as part of the formal proposal and application. So, and then for my comments with regards to the diversity of architecture, I do like the style changes in Mockingbird Lane, and so I would hope that some of the elevations that are proposed as illustratives, we can continue that, so we have a little bit of diversity. But those are my comments. I also noticed that the big gigantic eucalyptus trees are going to be removed, so I want to understand the significance of those trees. So as we move forward in removing those, that we are able to understand that as well.
So, Mr. Chair, if I can,
yes,
I can't really get into a discussion on the use of the in lieu fees for Quimby, but Trent will tell you that Mockingbird was what, $500,000, Trent?
Yes, sir.
Have you come up with a guesstimate of what you think they'll be for this project?
It would be about the same per unit as was my guesstimate that it was for Mockingbird. So it would be around $25,000 a unit, give or take. And early on, we floated the idea at the project advisory committee level. And I totally understand we need to figure out the mechanics of it. But we would be willing to explore the possibility and the idea with city staff, if it was amenable for all parties, to explore us instead of paying in lieu fees, actually doing some community benefit and doing a passive park for the same cost benefit as those fees would be. So whatever the Quimby and Luffy would be, come up with a plan and a budget to just do the park ourselves for the city and as part of the development of the project. So it all gets done at once.
You talking about maybe using the property on the north side of MacArthur there?
Yes, I believe that's what Commissioner McDonald was pointing to, if I was understanding correctly. Yeah.
Yeah.
Certainly something we can explore between now and when you submit your proposal.
Okay, Larry.
Yeah, I want to suggest some contemplations for you. This appears to be an under standard width street, and the homes appear to be very compressed, and I'm wondering if there's a way of rescuing some more open space within this project, perhaps with a different layout, so that there's actually an opportunity for a greater sense of a neighborhood. You know, when you walk down a street on the east side, for example, Patten Street or 2nd Street East or whatever, the composition of the individual homes isn't what you see in the streetscape. I mean, as you pass each house, you can see what they look like, and it's nice that they're different. And I appreciate you're looking to have variety in the styles of the appearance of the houses. But when you get on some of these old Sonoma neighborhoods and you look down the street, what you basically see is a street and sidewalks and trees. And that's basically what you're looking at. The streetscape is bounded by trees, and it over time creates the composition of the formula for that neighborhood. And when I look at this plan, I'm a little concerned that the absence of room for planting and planting areas and a sense of spaciousness doesn't exist. I walked your Mockingbird Lane project a few times as it's gone through the process, and it appears, for example, units 1 and 2 and 5, 4, and 3 are essentially the frontage of those houses are structured in the same way that the back of the structures in Mockingbird are structured on the alleyways. But in this particular plan, unless I misunderstand it, it's the front of the houses that are in that configuration with the alleyways. So I'm hoping and asking if there is a way to modify this so that the frontscape and the streetscape that basically are what people will see as they enter and go into this project can incorporate greater planting areas and opportunities for sidewalks and street trees, given that you've already got a narrow roadway. And this is, I think, being proposed, am I not, Trent, as a planned development?
No, this is designed to be consistent with all the objective standards in the RM zoning designation in Central West Planning Area.
Okay, but is a 22-foot wide street the standard width?
Correct. That we confirmed that. That's the width at Mockingbird Lane, which was also zoning consistent with its Sonoma residential designation. And this was confirmed. We originally had a 20-foot wide roadway, but after conversing with Public Works and the building official during the project advisory committee, we were advised it needed to be no less than 22.
Okay. Well, as I say, you know, what I'm hoping for is some potential for adjustment to create a bit more spaciousness on this. I don't know whether that, for example, creating units with common walls is an option. Certainly condos customarily have structures like that. That would give you a little more something to play with, and the configurations of the footprints. But anyway, I mean, I know we're just in the initial stages on this, and so I want to see what you can modify. And then the last question I've got is about the common open space, and you know, my experience has been that isolated open spaces like this, despite this being in view of a single home, tend to be what less used because they're kind of scary, because they're not centrally located and surrounded by visible people. And so I'd be interested in seeing what a reconfiguration might be able to include in terms of creating some open space more in the interior of it, so that has a sense of being shared and accessible.
Thank you, Commissioner Barnett. That's all really good feedback, and I appreciate it very much. And we'll, when we refine things further, we'll be sure to work with our landscape architect and planning team accordingly to address as many of those as we can. Just for full transparency, we went through probably, and my architects and civil engineers, I think, were done hearing from me, but we went through probably 18 different site plan iterations just because of the geometry of the site. It's quite a unique puzzle to put it together to achieve the housing element goals for the 15 units. So we found this to be the most efficient configuration to still provide that access to the drainage ditch for public works, but I'll certainly try to see what we can do and evaluate ways to make the open space more accessible and beautify the greenery and the landscape a bit.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
You bet. Thank you.
All right. Do I see any more hands? Yes, Jim, please.
Thank you, Chair Wallender. Well, we certainly applaud bringing substantially new housing to town. Just have a couple of questions to start with. Are there sidewalks on the site plan, or it just wasn't the time to put them on there? Are there sidewalks along Fifth Street?
Correct.
There are, okay. These units seem generally smaller than the ones on Mockingbird. Can you help me out? Is that true? They are relatively smaller, each one?
Yes, sir. Our smallest plan is around 1,250 square feet, ranging to 1,600, 1,650, and the biggest one is just under 2,000 square feet. So much smaller than the plans over at Mockingbird.
I think that's a very good configuration because they're going to be more affordable. I think it's a fine idea. Hitchhiking on what Commissioner Barnett said, would you consider having that open space area more central? And perhaps, have you thought about, it would be accessible by foot, and if you could perhaps have you considered working any paths in where it might lead in from the residence into that common area if it were central? Perhaps a community building idea?
Yeah, no, and that was our original intent, and we really tried to do that in our early site planning conceptual exploration stages. We continued to find, though, that in order to meet the housing elements goals for the 15 units, it really was infeasible to try to have that central large common open space area, just from the geometry and functionality standpoint of needing to make sure we had access for utilities and garage ingress and egress. But I definitely hear both of your comments, and we'll see what I can do with the team to alleviate the tightness that it feels as is right now to try to open it up a bit.
If you were able to create some more space in the site, would that help you to reconsider that idea of a central open space fed by footpaths and things? For example, have you thought about maybe reducing those garages you might consider them imposing. Have you considered having one car garage and one parking outside on the driveway?
I did give it thought, I'm not gonna lie, but I also do think that surrounding neighborhood might come at me with more pitchforks than some might feel about me already, just because if there's one less parking space in the garage, that means one more car on the street. So I would really like to try to keep the 2-car garages throughout, and we've already done our analysis. We are right at that 50% coverage threshold, including driveways and roadways as modified with the, I believe back in December, modifying the development standards, which I believe might have been a follow-up to our conversations from coverage calculations on Mockingbird. So we've designed these homes to fit within that coverage threshold to have as small footprints with the roadways to meet those standards.
No, I appreciate that. Those are certainly the facts. I guess it seems like there's a trend now for people to use a second garage for storage or some kind of a studio or something like that, but I appreciate your answer.
You bet.
Have you thought about putting, I think the comment was made already about putting some duplexes in to save space, or perhaps a group or two of townhouse type of things that would enable you to save space and maybe create more open space that way?
We did give that thought as well, but from what we've been seeing in our experiences throughout several projects, not just in Sonoma, but throughout the greater Bay Area, is from a maintenance and a homeowners association cost of living situation, the dues almost double when you attach the home. So in that spirit of attainability and trying to maintain as much affordability by design as we can, we really wanted to work hard to keep the units attainable by design in their smaller nature as compared to Mockingbird Lane, but keep them detached so their dues and insurance don't artificially get inflated by attaching walls. And we found that 7-foot separation is what provides adequate distance between eaves and ingress, egress, and fire separations and whatnot. So that we did explore it, and we came to the conclusion that we'd prefer to keep them detached.
Okay. Lastly, I haven't really examined those trees, and I'm not an arborist. Perhaps Commissioner Wellinger can weigh in on this, but it seems like you've got a lot of really good trees there that perhaps could be saved and pruned and used as shade in this project. Are you considering keeping, what's your plan on keeping the vegetation and the trees there?
We would need some more analysis with future fine grading plans. I think the large oak trees over here in the corner are a natural preservation area. Oh, I'm sorry, I realize my screen's not sharing. My apologies. The large oak tree in the corner right here is a very natural preservation area, considering that's where our proposed common area open space is. The rest of these are old, struggling orchard trees. And then in order to accommodate the necessary ingress and egress, unfortunately, I don't think many of the other ones will be able to be saved. But some of these other ones along the ditch area will get into some more detailed surveying and fine grading to determine if any of those can be reasonably preserved and saved. If not, otherwise they'll be mitigated for.
I don't see Jim. Are we?
Commissioner O'Neill has her hand up.
Oh,
Yeah,
just
well,
wanna make
Jim
sure Jim was still-
disappeared.
Yeah.
Magic trick.
Okay.
Yeah, I wanted to follow up on your comment, Trent, about the increase in cost if you do duets or duplexes. Because if you take that 7 feet and you squeeze them together, then you get more space on either side, which gives a little bit more sense of a privacy. And it certainly doesn't increase the cost, but are you saying that what it does is it increase what you're charging in HOA fees for the exterior maintenance, whereas if you separate them, you're going to reduce those HOA fees and put the burden on the homeowner?
So it's not necessarily us and our HOA fees. The California Department of Real Estate are the ones that impose all the budgetary requirements when new HOAs are formed. And when you have attached units where each individual owner have their own feelings, if you will, one might not want to do scheduled maintenance if the other does. So the HOA enforces all that for them to, have joint insurance policies, HOA additional insurance on top of it, and then just the extra dues of maintaining and monitoring it and making sure everything is all in place. So it's a common factor where it probably adds over $100 a month alone if we were to attach them in HOA dues.
But that's really just from one pocket to another, because the cost of maintenance is the same. It's just whether or not you're making it part of the HOA fees rather than it's something that the individual homeowner is going to take responsibility for. So I do think that there's some value in taking a look at doing either a townhouse style or at least a duplex style, where you have squeeze two sides together and have a little bit more open space on the other side.
You bet. And I appreciate that. But the way the building codes and everything work and the DRE works and our liability policies as a builder, we can't assume each individual homeowner in a duet's going to do the right thing and do their proper maintenance and work together in good faith. It has to be put on the burden of the HOA, and making sure that there's joint insurance policies and that they're providing it and it's all going through it. So it's a combination of factors.
Mr. Chair, if I can, to help in the conversation.
Sure.
Having been a property manager before for about 20 HOAs, Commissioner O'Neill is correct. The point, and so is Trent. The point is the strength, it's the desire of the developer to put on the assets to the HOA. The HOA can create conditions that each homeowner has to adhere to. That's the whole point of the CC&Rs. And the budget that the developer creates is based on the assets they want to protect through the HOA. So if you've got gates to protect, or if you've got private streets to protect, yes, the insurance will go up, obviously, but the cost of the HOA will go up because they have to resurface those streets every 3 or 5 years. They have to paint the gates every 2 years or whatever. So it's really a matter of how many assets the developer wants to put in and put onto the back of the HOA. And then the question is, how severe are the CC&Rs to require maintenance? There are some HOAs that will actually pay and require the front yard landscaping to be done by the HOA as opposed to the homeowner. So those things that Commissioner O'Neill talked about can be accomplished.
Thank you. Any more comments, Sheila?
Just a follow up. Thank you for that, David. And I do, I've been on the board of HOAs. I've lived in them. I've property managed them. I do still think that there's an opportunity here to create more of that space around it by attaching some of these units. Not all of them, but I'm putting them in groups of 2 or 3. I think will really enhance that exterior space and give more of a sense of being in a neighborhood. And a 7-foot gap between 2 structures, all I would want to do is put up shades so I don't have to see the house next to me. A 10-foot, it's still pretty tight. So if you just put those together and then give more of space on the outside, I think that would be a lot more attractive.
Okay, thank you for the feedback.
Thank you. Jim?
No, I ran out of power. I'm just trying to get back in the right way.
Okay, very good.
No question. Thank you.
Question for Trent. Trent, could you do that more successfully along the MacArthur frontage that Commissioner O'Neill was talking about, as opposed to being against the drainage ditch? Or would you want to try to maybe blend in that ditch with some of the open space that she's talking about?
So that's what we tried to do with the ditch, and that was something we talked about at the project advisory committee level as well, where the ditch isn't just something that's there that no one wants to see. We tried to activate it. Let me pull up the site plan one more time just so we're all looking at the same thing. We wanted to activate it with pedestrian connectivity along the side with enhanced planting. So it was something that could be, a nice seasonal feature, when there is water flowing down the ditch. For during any rain events or whatnot, and it actually becomes a feel of the open space amenity as you're walking down here to get to the shared common space, rather than just a functional engineering feature to convey water. So we did have that thought in mind with this concept.
What about putting homes along the back of the ditch and having those with the separation that Commissioner was talking about, and flipping the road rather than having that little skinny strip adjacent to a road feature.
That was how our original plans were configured, but Public Works had serious concerns about being able to access and maintain the ditch. Because they'll want a public access easement to come through this private road so they can get in there. Their main concern is once this property develops, if we did have homes backing up to it, and I could be misspeaking, but this is how I remember the conversation, is they didn't want to have just this one point of entry into the ditch area be the only ingress and egress. They had to maintain this entire ditch. So that was where we tried to take that comment to heart, because I totally understand that getting manpower and equipment down here for any vegetation clearing or maintenance of a ditch would be quite a nightmare if you had only one point of ingress and egress. But here it allows them to park a vehicle in here and have their crews safely come in and do what they need to do along the entire perimeter of it.
And that's is that a public easement that we have?
Correct. And
It's very optimistic to suggest we're going to have running water down the ditch.
I'm with you. There is that easement there, though, that we have to plan around because it is part of the city's drainage system.
Okay,
I have my hand up.
Mr. Felder, please.
Trent, I want to compliment you on what you've done to the design here for a very difficult boundary to fit in these houses. I did have some comments that kind of go along with some of the other remarks about trying to create a little bit more open space. I see that the majority of what you planned here are 3-bedroom homes. And I'm wondering if it would be at all feasible to create some more affordability by throwing in a couple of 2-bedroom units or something for a younger family that might be wanting to start out, and it just might make it more affordable, and it'll also free up some space. I realize that these are significantly smaller than what you have at Mockingbird, but I think I would still love to see smaller rather than bigger. And if you could do anything to pencil it out to get a few smaller units in it, I'd appreciate that.
Okay, you bet. We'll be sure to take a look at that.
All right. Mr. Wyrick, do you have some thoughts to share?
You're muted.
You're muted. There you go.
I wanted to echo Vice Chair Barnett's sentiment regarding the street view and how it's perceived driving down the street. Insofar that there's some planter areas adjacent to the sidewalk, between the sidewalk and the curb, some street trees. I think it would be fitting in light of the way other neighborhoods look, and adjoining that area over there, to see something like that.
You bet. Thank you.
Okay, I guess I have a few thoughts that I'd like to share. Again, it's easy to look down on a plan view like this and start trying to move things around, but I agree, if there's any opportunity to create more open space, I think that would be very much appreciated by all future residents. I would like you to challenge your civil engineer to come up with a location for the bioswale, something a little bit more discreet than the bioswale that is so prominent along West MacArthur on the adjacent housing project called Mockingbird. I'm hoping that you can negotiate with the city at as much as I hear the value of that easement in the ditch, I'd like to think that any square foot requirements for a bioswale could be addressed associated with the ditch, rather than having various modest looking depressions with a limited plant palette be in such prominent areas. So that's something that I really would like you to challenge your civil engineer with. I appreciate the fact that you're going with smaller homes. I'd love for you to continue to go with smaller homes because, as was expressed when you came before us with Mockingbird, that one of the frustrations that I have as a commissioner is that we seemingly are creating no opportunities for what the term is, the missing middle, the teachers, the firemen. And I know that when we had talked last time on Mockingbird, I distinctly remember we were targeting hopefully 700,000, 800,000, 900,000, and I know that they all went for over 1 million. At least that's my understanding. I didn't pursue it. But again, one of the richness of a community is having a very diverse population. And unfortunately, right now, we're a very attractive community that people are migrating from the Bay Area up here, and they're pricing out a lot of young families that would love to have a piece of American pie. So in terms of at least scoring huge points with this planning commissioner, if you can think of creating this, I don't know the name of it yet, this development with the creating opportunities for those young families that would love a piece of American pie. So I looked at your housing sizes and I see 12, 16, 16, 18, 19. I'd love to see 12, 14, 16 and maxing out at 1,800. And I would also remember distinctly when we were reviewing Mockingbird that although the elevations kind of suggest that there were some single stories, in reality there were no single stories, but they are a story and a half. And I can specifically remember talking to a resident who was very interested in a house, but because he was becoming ripe of age, like me, he very much did not want a 2-story house. And so I kept pushing him to be my neighbor, but he said there were no single-story homes. So even though you had implied last time that there wasn't a market for it, I at least experienced in this one instance that there was with this one couple that said, no, I don't want to be climbing up and down stairs. So again, love diversity, love the mix of housing types. So I want to just continue to encourage that. But if you can sneak in a couple single stories, I think that might broaden your market. I know this is conceptual, but I'd like to think that as a landscape architect, you're going to have more than just street trees on 5th Street West and along the swale. So the other strong words of encouragement is that when you do your interior, well, all your trees, please constrain your general engineering contractor from compacting all the sub-base from lot line to 95% and then throw in a 15-gallon tree and expect that thing to grow. Trees in this area with such tight spaces could really change the nature of this little neighborhood. So I would strongly encourage you to challenge your landscape architect to put in some tight specs that will keep that keep the vibrating rollers in. Just consider planting the trees well so they can do well. I know that there's value in team experience and that I recognize a number of the team members are the same as Mockingbird. I'm a little bit interested, given the value of context and contextual settings, you have a Southern California architect. And not to say that you can't have a talented architect can design anywhere, but this is a case where we're fitting into an established neighborhood. We are trying to add that richness. So I guess I'd love to have a Northern California architect that is, because there's a different language down there. And so that's my comment on that. And my last, so I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I appreciate it. And sorry to cut you off, Chair Willander. I just wanted to clarify our team is out of their San Ramon office, so they're about 15 minutes from me here in Concord.
Understood. I know San Ramon well. Thank you. and probably the last one, and this is, don't take it wrong. I think there's a real art to the design of exteriors of homes that they don't result in what I call an applique finish, where things just look, I have always hated unequivocally styrofoam that's put on an exterior windowsill and then covered up with stucco that suggests that it was a real feature. I also don't want to be hypocritical and plead for the missing middle market by causing considerably extra construction costs. But there is, I think, a real talent in doing those exteriors and doing it so that you can still do them economically, but they don't come across as being veneers or thin veneers. So that's just kind of a challenge to your team as well. I would like to reiterate, I think if you can provide a couple of 2-bedroom homes too, again, I gotta believe that that might make a house a little bit more affordable, possibly. And again, I don't know all of the hoops that you have to jump through between the Department of Real Estate and the HOAs and the CCNRs and all that, but anything that you can do to tighten things up, whether it's a common wall, I think has merit. You are creating another small little neighborhood, and you have an opportunity to add to our fabric in a very positive way. So I would like to see you give a lot of thought to it, please. And that's, I believe, all my comments. So unless somebody's inspired to say something else, or I don't want to cut anyone else off, but or Trent, if you have any other questions.
Would you like to go out to public comment?
Oh my goodness. Let me guess. I bet there's one Mr. Fred that's still hanging on. Yes,
well,
we can go to public comment.
I don't see Fred on the Zoom call anymore, and no members of the public are raising their hands. And
Okay.
there are no written comments. So I think we've done our diligence there.
Okay, well, thank you for reminding me that we need to broaden the invitation. So Trent, any other comments or other thoughts?
No, this has all been extremely helpful. I appreciate it all very much. And then Wendy was kind enough to send me to the link to where the submitted written public comments were submitted before the meeting. So I've downloaded and I'm digesting all those as well. So we'll try to take it all, do what we can, and come back to you with a better project.
Great. Very good. Well, thank you very much.
Thank you all very much.
All right, wrapping this thing up. Mr. Storr, I'd like issues update. You're muted.
Dang it. Matt, I'm getting close to you now. I think you're ahead 2-1. Dead gummit. Anyway, sorry. At the council's last meeting, they approved a contract for De Novo Planning Group to be our housing element consultant. So way to go for Wendy on that one. Well, we also extended the lease for the Sonoma Valley Historical Society for 25 years. So that was good news. And I'm sure Patricia's pretty happy with that.
That's the Marcy House?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's, no, excuse me. No. That's for the Depot Museum.
Oh, the Depot.
Yeah, sorry. This coming Monday, the city council will be reviewing the inclusionary housing ordinance for the first time that your commission reviewed and provided comment on. We also have on the council agenda the Sonoma Ecology Center lease amendment. Currently, the property only, the Bond family homestead is 6 acres and our lease only goes to 5 acres. So we're expanding that to go to the full 6 acres. And then also a third item will be a resolution to adopt new appeal fees. This will be a continuation of a discussion they began at their prior meetings. Some good news, we found out yesterday that ABAG staff will be recommending to the full ABAG board that we be awarded a grant of an additional $20,000 in what is called REAP funding, REAP, Regional Early Action Grant Planning money for affordable housing, updating your general plan, housing element, that kind of thing, zoning code. That will now take us to close to $250,000 that your planning staff, Wendy and Christina, have submitted to HCD and ABAG in particular. So congratulations all the way around there. That's going to help pay for some of our updates to our governing documents. That concludes my comments, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Couple of questions for the director. Was there any decisions made at council regarding the parklets? Are they extended to October of 22?
Well, the answer is, I believe, yes. And there's going to be an additional discussion. Wendy, when's that next discussion going to occur? Do you recall?
No, I don't.
The council will be addressing that in a holistic view with respect to parking around the downtown plaza as well. That will also be on the council agenda for Monday night.
Okay. I guess. So comments from the commission. I can see most are still awake. Mr. Wyrick.
Yeah, just first of all, I want to say, looks like I'm off mute. That's good for once. Extend my thanks to the council for having faith in me to be successful in this role, and also mention my wife that she's at least willing to let me try, let me spend some time away from the family to do this. It's an exciting time to be involved with planning, especially in light of the housing element update that's on the horizon here. And in full disclosure, just want to thank you, fellow commissioners, in advance for the ability to lean on you in my learning how to do this job. Thank you very much.
Well, be advised, Matt, you're on 6 months probation, and even though you think you're secure, you may not be. So, yeah, welcome aboard.
Appreciate that.
Remember that when we meet live, the newest member has to bring dessert at the next meeting.
Well, I talked with him about Dirty Girl Donuts already, and he failed that miserably, but I'll try to give him another chance once we go live.
When are we going to decide if we're meeting in person?
Well, like I said earlier, I'm going to squeal like a stuck pig between now and the 15th or the 10th, whenever we meet again. If the CDC says, if you're fully vaccinated, let's meet. Unless I can hear some compelling reason not to, because these are crippled gatherings, in my opinion, between technology issues, the not getting the full sense of communication one to another, that sense of camaraderie. So I will continue to be lobbying hard. So I don't know who will tell us that, but I hope that everybody will join in on the course.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, Commissioner McDonald would like to speak.
I see that hand. Yes, Mr. McDonald.
I'd also like to extend a thank you to our city council for appointing me a full commissioner at large, and it means a lot to me. And also, I also want to tell all of you, thank you very much for your support while I was an alternate. And I look forward to working with you all, and also the staff. It's going to be an exciting 3 to 5 years being on the Planning Commission. I'm glad I can share this all with you.
Thank you, Bob. Real quick question for David, and I don't think it's going to break the Brown Act or whatever. How long can a property owner have a burned building on his property without having addressed it? And I'm speaking specifically of the Napa Auto Parts.
A what building?
A burnt building. They had a fire there on Highway 12, and we get so concerned about a lot of other stuff. And we have a building just down from the dispensary that has been burned, and burn marks are evident, and it's a blight. So I was just curious if there was some sort of planning code requirement that says within X number of months from the fire, they need to address it.
You know, it's a great question, and I know that our building official will be more than adequately able to answer that. I'll get with Mr. Wyrick and talk to him, ask him about that. I know the building codes are pretty tight on what can and cannot be done, but I'll get with Wayne and send out an email to you all, follow up.
Thank you, appreciate it. Well, I know it's late. I don't want to preclude anybody else. If anybody else has a comment, if not, I'd love to take a motion.
I make a motion that we adjourn the meeting.
And is there a second?
Second.
And there will be no discussion. We're dismissed.
Good night, everybody.
Thank you.
Bye. Thank you.
Thank you.